think that I just come in there and look for knockouts, and that's not the case. You know, I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, what happened? I'm here. Who want to fight me? Who?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighter can beat me.
My goal is to demolish everybody, to be honest. Everybody that's in my way. The pinnacle to any weight division is to have all the belts, all of the titles.
Welcome to Bodywork. Welcome back. It's Michael Rogers. Welcome to Bodywork Boxing. It feels so good to be back. Hope everybody is safe out there, man. We had a nice little storm, man. And I went out there, and I ain't gonna say I played in the snow or anything like that, but I did run to the stove. And what do you know? We really did. It did come down. I hope everybody is safe. I hope everybody got everything they need. They got heat, water, you know, some soups, some snacks. You know, hopefully you out there with the one that you love. You know, but we had a wonderful, wonderful evening of boxing last night, and no knockouts, but knockouts don't define a card. We've seen some of the sweet signs, so we're going to get into the nitty gritty and the meat and potatoes. But what's going on, AC? What's going on, Melazar, man? How y'all doing?
Yeah, great night, man. Great night of boxing. I'm doing great. I'm kind of hunkered down here. Stayed up way too late last night playing an online game tournament for like, I think it was like 150 or 200,000 gold coins. So I was like, yo, I want a part of that because that's the in-house money. You normally have to spend real money to win. And I wind up being up to 6 o'clock in the morning, man. Came in third place. You know what I'm saying? Won like somewhere like 30 or 50,000. I gotta look again. I was half asleep, bro. But yeah.
Oh, you a real live gamer.
Yeah. Shooting games and stuff like that, shooters and racing car games. Yeah, I'd like to get down like that. And, at the end of the day, it just be fun for me. I don't be on gaming websites and trying to do YouTube videos for gaming. It's just fun. It's something to pass the time. The nerd in me loves that type of stuff.
I feel you. Cookie Monster say, mic check, 1 2 1 2, sounding good. Flame emoji. I appreciate you. Salute, Cookie Monster. You know I be needing that mic check. What's going on, Melazar, man? How you feeling, man? We was going to check on you. AC said, man, we got to check on Melazar.
All good. You know, hunkered down over here in this freaking snowstorm and shit. Have to shovel some snow, you know how it is, to take some weight out of it. But it's all good. Ready to talk some boxing. Oh my god, I got 2 losses in less than a month. Damn.
Yeah. Don't steal your own thunder, because we definitely gonna get into it after the housekeeping. But let me address the housekeeping, man, and so we can get down to the nitty gritty. You know how we do, man. Let it warm up. Let the vibes, let people come in, give them time, because I didn't put out any notification or whatever. But like, I think this should be a good show, man. Went on a little bit early. I always say if I'm going to be available, you know my time, but I say if I'm going to be available, then I'll go a little bit earlier and get it in the way. So,
yeah, you know, but before you go, buddy, let me just do cordial thing as well, because she's definitely one of your day ones, and always got to salute her. Big shout out to Cookie Monster. Always great to see you aboard and stuff like that. I'm gonna mute up, let you do your thing. If there's something in between one of those that I want to cook on in the housekeeping, I'll just unmute, and you know how it is.
All right, no problem. Let me go ahead and get into it then. Yeah, salute the cookie. She holds me down. You know what I'm saying? But let's get into the housekeeping. The first one is an interesting one, man, and this is one to where I be trying to tell people that you know, I understand the call out. I know the nature of the biz. This is the hurt business. You know what I'm saying? These guys are designed to put people into the hurt locker. They designed to do damage. But you got to understand, on your come up, and as you face an opponent, especially when you're going after notable names, then you have to consider that the person and the opponent that you're going against, they have a team. Not only do they have a team, but they also have a fan base. Right, so I'm like, it bothers me when people, when I see people, and I don't mind seeing people jump from, you know, because it's always going to be the people that I'm with the winning team. I talk about how people before, when the Seahawks had them slightly ugly uniforms, and they had Alexander, their running back. I think it was Sean Alexander. Like, it was some Seahawk fan, but most of it was regional homers and stuff like that. When they had the 12th Man and Pete Carroll and the Legion of Boom and Tyson, I think it was Chandler, not Tyson Chandler, but it was Chandler, and they had that one cornerback. Everybody in your mother jumped. So I understand the people that want to jump, you know, into the winning. You always gonna have them kind of people that they with the winning team. Like when the Bulls were winning, they was with them. When the Lakers was winning, they was with them. When LeBron won, they was with them. Like, we get them kind of people. But you got to understand that in boxing, there is a fan base. And if a boxer's been fighting for a long time, just like in and Andy Cruz said something I'm going to talk about, but like, it goes along with this, you know, just because a fighter lose, that don't mean his fan base evaporate. Like, sometimes you get people that aren't as high on a guy after a certain amount of times, because it's like, well, damn, man, he's slipping, or man, like, yeah, I still back him, I support him, but like, man, I don't want to encourage that style, because he's not gonna have all his faculties when he get done. I done cooled off. I'm still a fan of certain guys, but I have cooled off on some, but that don't mean I have abandoned them. Well, in that sense, Leonard Ellaby was a guy, they like to pick on him because of his nose. They do that Scottie Pippen shit with him and all that. I'm like, you know, why you give a fuck? I mean, unless you really just in the comedy business, why the fuck you give a fuck about how these motherfuckers look? I don't know, but they do that. But Leonard Ellaby was vital to a lot of them guys that was with TMT. A lot of some of those guys, like, more so was with PBC as well. But I'm wondering where he at. And I asked this question about like some of my favorite boxers. I hate when they lose and they disappear. Now the stars, they not like this new generation, like, because we're coming to a new generation with social media is everything. Now, this is not nothing new as far as social media, but as far as like some of these guys, they don't really pop out unless they go into a fight, they got an interview set up, and they do a lot of their promotion like right before their fight or while they in training camp. I know that's how Tank is. He get more active on Twitter and stuff like that when he in training camp, you know what I'm saying? I guess to keep himself connected with whoever following along. But Leonard Ellaby was pivotal, man. And I'm like, it's wild because PBC, they've been having fighters fight on different cards and stuff like that. But and a lot of them, some guys have found homes doing, you know, commentating. I remember I seen pretty much the whole PBC staple doing the MVP thing the last time, and it was like, it was comforting because it was the whole crew. And you get familiar with them, like Raldo Renale, like one of the best commentators in the game. He be having them crazy analogies. He got the urban culture on blast. He be having my lady laughing. So we go accustomed to seeing some of these guys, being fans of some of these guys. And I'm like, Rolly is still out here. But I don't know if Leonard's still, you know, having any part of them, because I don't know if he's still with TMT. I know he was with Tank. You know, Tank is in his, you know, I got to get myself together phase, and, you know, he got to get his get out of the legal issues that he got going on. So I understand him not really being out there for Tank right now until we get some information. But it saddens me that some of these guys, like, they be gone. It's like, you can't do that. And I'm imploring the fans. I mean, I'm imploring these boxers, some of the people that be coming out and speaking or whatever and had relationship with these fan bases, y'all got to come out and keep us abreast. Y'all got to come out and keep us informed. Y'all got to come out and let us know you still got a pulse. It ain't fair for y'all to pop out and ask us for like $70, $80 at a whim. You know what I'm saying? On some wham bam, thank you, man. You know, I left the 40 on the dresser. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, I left for 50. You keep the change. Like, don't do us like that. And I'm seeing that some of our favorite people, like some of our favorite guys, they have supporting cast and they are like gone. We don't hear from Espinosa. We don't hear from Leonard Ellaby. Some of these guys that we were accustomed to hearing from every now and again, like they just like, we can almost damn near put them on a milk carton. Can we get a proof of life? And, you know, I'm not going to say I was always like, oh, my God, Leonard Ellaby. I just thought Leonard was cool. He talk his stuff. You know, he talk his little smack. He get out there and speak for his fighters. But he was one of them people that I had grown accustomed to, that whenever he come out, it kind of let us know every now and again. And so y'all got to pop out on us, man. Don't do me like that. You know what I'm saying? Don't do us like that. But I'm thinking about Leonard. And I'm like, where is Leonard? You know what I'm saying? People do be joining on him and saying whatever because they hate the PBC and this and this and that. But like, he's just one. He's a sample size of like how people just disappear. So I just wanted to say, hey man, Leonard, where you at, man? Where you at? Come on and let us know something. Moving on to number 2. Xander Zayas versus Abbas Baru is really the Road Warrior versus the Puerto Rican hopeful. And, you know, I'm still trying to get accustomed to Baru. I've been looking at the things that, you know, they're putting out. You know, Top Rank is still doing their thing. You just got to be subscribed and, you know, get their little camp life. I don't know if they're calling it camp life. I forgot what they call it, but they be having these little 15, 17, 20-minute little clips to kind of keep you ingratiated with the fighter. So I'm learning a little bit more about Baru, and it's interesting that he got the mindset that like Brian Norman had when he was like basically saying his ring is his home. Now I remember Brian Norman saying, "Yeah, I don't care where we is. We could fight on Mars. We could fight on Saturn. You know, the ring is my home. I don't care." And he went out there and did what he did to Santillan in his own backyard and crumbled him. Well, Abbas said, "Man, listen, I don't care. I can fight away. It's not bothering me." And they are going to be doing this in Puerto Rico. So he's taking on the mantra of being a bona fide road warrior, and I like it. And then looking at his piece, man, I'm seeing that, man, he might be aggressive. His form might not be the best, but he can fight on the back foot. I seen him working on some things defensively and moving, and he's in shape. His power carries late. We've seen that with Tez because he was able to get the knockdown, in which if he didn't get that, you know what I'm saying, maybe they might have pickpocketed him. I'm not sure. If you're looking at how these fights go, and we're going to get a lot into this later on, but if you're looking at how these fights go when you have the pure boxer or the boxer puncher who chooses to be more of a boxer than a puncher going up against the aggressor, that pure boxing stuff is not translating to one round. You got people that are still rounds, right? But then you don't do anything to like separate them. You can tell that, yeah, that punch was effective, but if you don't visibly wobble where somebody like gives like a 2 or 3 second like pause, like a 2-second pause, or you can visibly see the legs do the chicken, or you knock them down, sometimes that pure boxing is not translating. So I got my eyes on the boss, man. I like his personality. I like his character. He seemed like a funny guy. He speaks English, which a lot of the times people that's from elsewhere that's not, you know, from the UK or, you know, or bilingual, you know, that's from some of the Latin places or whatever. This guy, you know, he's over there in Germany, but he speaks English. There's nothing going to be lost in translation. He communicates very well. Now, Xander. It's very interesting with Xander because Xander says, hey, listen, man, in the face of distraction, when the world is in chaos, he was like, man, I'm focused. He's like, and the ring is my happy place. And Xander he's becoming a big dude. You can see him, you know, growing into his body. He wasn't holding anything close to the vest as far as his weight. They asked him, well, what's your weight? He's like, you like a light heavyweight. He laughed, he giggled. He said, nah, more like cruiserweight. And he would talk about would he order at Chick-fil-A. I'm like, God damn, you could eat all of that? I'm like, well, I remember when I was that young, you know what I'm saying? I could probably eat all that shit too, but like I couldn't eat all that shit he was talking about. But I like his mentality. He's a consummate professional. He is a beacon of hope. Now, our Puerto Rican fan base, just like Melazar, man, it's a lot of pressure, I think, on Xander as far as the recent fights that we've had and how they've actually fallen short. You have, Edgar Berlanga getting brutally knocked out in devastating fashion by Hamza Shiraz up there in New York. You had Subriel. He bounced back from that first loss with Liam Paro in the backyard of Puerto Rico, but then he go up there to New York again and gets, brutally stopped by Andy Dalton. And I had put up a survey not too long ago about who's the face of Puerto Rican boxing. And initially it was the smaller weight guy. The 105 guy. I think it's Collazo. But it kind of changed a little bit. It was dominated by Subriel, and I don't know if people went back and changed it, but then ultimately it became Xander Zayas. And I'm like, man, he is a beacon of light. He is a beacon of hope. I like his personality. I don't have a dog really in that race, even though I was impressed by how Xander handled Chino Perez. Chino Perez looked lost in the sauce. Xander used his feet. He don't have all the punching power in the world, but I seen him working on, punch delivery, and he definitely looking strong as a motherfucking ox. So I think this is a sleeper of a fight. I think this is going to be a banger. And again, I'm not going to get out here and claim that I'm the expert on Abbas Baru. I like what I see in Abbas. I'm glad they didn't rob him or pickpocket him in that fight. You know what I'm saying? Even though I like a lot of the guys at PBC. And I was okay with Tejas. He was still coming along when I was still gauging who he is and what he was. Maybe they rushed him a little bit further along. He was another Ronnie Shields guy. I like Ronnie, but I think this is a sleeper of a fight, man. And I'm just trying to stay abreast of it. And it's big implications because the winner of that is going to have 2 belts, 2 of the Infinity Stones at 54. So I'm getting kind of excited about that piece. An interesting fight. I don't know. I still got to look at some film. I might not even be able to make a pick on that. I just hope the best man win. It's going to probably be almost like this Andy and Muratalla thing with me as far as that fight, where since I really don't have a dog in the race, I kind of like them both, even though I'm more familiar with Xander, and I'm hopeful for Xander. Because we need people like him, young people he don't go out of his way to talk trash. He speaks professional. They have a history as far as sparring, so there's familiarity. It's not going to be a walk in the park for anybody. It's whoever shows up that night and puts on the best fight, So that's the second one. The last one, salute his twin. Appreciate you. The last one, I'm noticing a thing, and just like I said, with these people that jump from winning team to winning team, it's like these creators, they love jumping from eggplant to eggplant, man. I'm allergic, man. I can't just jump from egg. So now, you got these people out here sounding and looking and sounding like they the subject matter experts on Zufta, and they act like I'm like, that shit just started and we don't even know. We got to give that shit some time. But motherfuckers love, like I told you, anything new, or if it's the man, they love jumping up under the man and all these things foreign. I'm like, man, sit your dumb ass down and shut the fuck up, man. Y'all, you don't even know. You might got a little whatever, but this shit is in its infancy stage. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot, but I can't stand seeing these. And even when it come down to boxers, you know what I'm saying? 1 minute they all on DHPs, you know what I'm saying, ding-a-ling, and then the next they all on Shakur ding-a-ling. But I recall times, when people was going after, when they was talking about Dev and Shakur, they was all on the Dev train. It's like, man, just, if you're going to be pickle hopping, if you're going to be eggplant jumping and soaring the friendly sky just to land on the next big penguin. You know what I'm saying? Like, knock it off. Have some dignity, man. Stop it, man. It's like that's why I try to have a vast majority. If you notice, and this is one of the things that I pride the channel Bodywork on, is that we cover a vast array of boxes. I have my favorites. I let it be known who are my favorite guys. You know what I'm saying? But I explore the new guys, the amateurs. I explore the young up and comers, these contenders, like different, nationalities. You know what I'm saying? I'm not selective in that. I could see the beauty in somebody that like 40-2 and Sandor Martin and say, hey, listen, man, he could arguably be 42-0. I like that dude. Everything I don't, even though I have my favorites and all this, I do not jump from eggplant to eggplant, man. So, look to your right and your left. Look at your buddy in the foxhole. And if you see him gandering at all these penguins, you know what I'm saying? Tell him knock it off. Put some blinders on. You like they do them horses, man. Get you 2 or 3 horses and run them races, man. Stop jumping from pickle to pickle. That's not becoming of a man talking about boxing, man. We gotta knock it off, man. Give these people time to develop. You know what I'm saying? Give these people time to get their affairs in order and establish that they're actually going to be here, because we've actually seen the black primes come in. We've seen that one label that T.O. jumped on and that shit went up. Thriller, whatever. Thriller, whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? We see these flash in the pan companies come by, but we can't just be jumping all, well, you can. You know what I'm saying? But everything that's lawful and expedient is what I was always told. You know what I'm saying? So caution, y'all look kind of silly out here just jumping all on Zuffa dick. Now, we don't even know if that shit gonna be sustainable. It looked like it. And yeah, it can age well, and we'll be some hindsight is 2020, but it's okay to be hindsight is 2020 on 20% of this shit. And that's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, what I'm gonna be. They got to show and prove. Just like in relationships, just like people you work with, just like friends, like it take time to develop these things. We can't microwave this shit to where you, oh yeah, I'm all aboard, yeah, man, because your dumb ass gonna be, look, it's just like when a big ass channel sold us up the river to Turkey and had everybody believing, oh yeah, this and this. And I said, listen, man, he's a Trojan horse. And I said, ask your questions. Are they making American boxing again? Because I said, I correlated to the fact that when it come down to the jobs, when people were outsourcing the jobs to foreign companies, like somebody in India taking your job, somebody over there in Korea taking your job, somebody in China taking your jobs and all that, you like, man, hold on, man, you can't outsource the work. But they sold boxing fans up the river on this whole Turkey thing, and then what happened? You got hit with that black magic, and then what happened? They dialed it back, and you've been chasing the dragon ever since. That initial high, that initial bang, you ain't been able to get that high ever since. So let these people mature into what they're going to be. Right now, I believe Pro Box is like what everybody was thirsty for, but everybody was just overlooking Pro Box. Everybody saying, oh yeah, it's going to be this. But Pro Box is established. They got a niche market. And now people just automatically putting Zuffa over there. And I've heard and seen some of the things, you know what I'm saying, that's going on. But like, give them guys time before you just, you know what I'm saying, plant your Zuffa flag and be waving it around like you know all the ins and outs. No, you don't. No, you don't. Knock it off. It sounds good, but it looks terrible. That's the housekeeping, y'all, man. What y'all got on that?
I just want to come in on a Zuffa thing. It's always being touted as Pro Box 2.0. Well, if we both start out with a hoopty, I have $10,000. You got $300,000. Who gonna have the better looking hoopty at the end of the day? The person who put the most money behind it. But that initial 10, you know what I'm saying, got me a solid rebuilt engine, a solid one. I didn't have to go out and try to buy a brand new one and have it timed and wired and all of this other stuff. And then I didn't even have enough money to have some pro dude put it in. I put it in. So when you look at the two and you try to tell me one is 2.0, you feel what I'm saying? I look at it like this. One is building their brand from the mud. The other one is starting out the gate being non-generic and then having some fuckboy shit behind it. So that's why I'm not big on it, and I'd rather watch a pro box card. You know, and that's what I gotta say on that one.
Good analogy, bro.
What up? What up? What's up, guys? Nah, I was listening to you, and there's so many stuff you have over there in that house cleaning. But you know, like Sander, Basbaru, like damn, Sander is our last hope. And the problem over there, of course, I support him because you know he's a Puerto Rican trying to make it, but his Puerto Rican fan base is kind of like some he got some fans, but then there are other ones that are still watching, you know, develop his the how he developed, right? So I'm like, oh my god, like Sander, it's a lot of eyes on him. Now it's a lot of eyes on him. Like I don't know if he's gonna feel that pressure, if he's gonna come over the pressure, or if he's gonna let the pressure take over him. I hope he's a professional and he go to that ring and do what he has to do. Like, you know, the victory is good. You know, like yeah. Last night I was watching that fight. I always bet like was in another state. Maybe the course can be a little bit more different. Like I don't like that 118, 110. I was like, what are you looking at? You know, it was a super close fight, and the card should reflect that. Like I like it. Wasn't that excitement that we have with the fresh production card, but was a boxing that keep you entertained. Even Andy was in his back foot, jabbing, doing that, but was aggressive too. Muratalla was looking, was you know, was and that's what I think we're asking to the boxers to do. Like if you're gonna be in the, but just don't jump in that back foot and be like doing laps and pretend I gonna keep buying you guys stuff. Like I don't know. That Sufa Pro Box. I never throw shit to Pro Box. I let it mature. You know, in the beginning, Pro Box wasn't what it is today. Like, and I think they're gonna keep growing. They will keep growing, and they're gonna keep bringing more young star, and those young stars gonna be in main eventing in other places. But Sufa, well, Sufa, you know, came with money, with a bang, with all this stuff, but I don't know. Take time. Like you say, you have to let the stuff mature. Like MVP don't let the boxers mature. They want to cash in very early their investment. Like they did that with Tejes. They did that with Jean-Pierre Rivera. They've been doing that with these young boxers instead of giving kind of their same level competition and you know bringing it up little. No, they just want to like throw levels that they're way above them, then they lose, and then you cannot market them like you could before. So yeah, I believe, yeah, like you say, you cannot microwave shit. You know, you need to put it in the oven, let it cook, you know, let it grill. Like take a minute. You know, you can in boxing you cannot take your investment one day to the other one. This shit take time, and that's what I think is missing. People want the stuff microwaved instead of grill it or in the oven. You know, like barbecue. That's what I got.
Yeah. How do you feel about the pressure as far as like being at home? Because I look at it like maybe Sabril might have been more susceptible to the distractions, as far as
Yeah.
being in like with the culture of the like the music and the artists
Yeah.
and all that stuff. But I see Xander. I don't think that that's going to be an issue for Xander because he looks a little more focused, a little bit more regimented, things like that. So how do you feel about the pressure of him fighting in Puerto Rico and for this unification, like
Yeah.
right now? He might be the youngest one. How you feel about that Puerto Rican at home backyard pressure?
It's like Subier and Sanders are two different athletes and animals and stuff. Like Subriel, we know his background. Sander being a young athlete all his life. So, like Subriel, I think the pressure, like guys like him, like pressure never been our best friend. And I think the pressure of the company, the pressure of selling tickets, the pressure of being main in event, all this pressure when he get in the ring, like affect him. It's the second time. It's not one time maybe, but when you see it, I don't need it to see it a third time. So Orengo needs to approach him in a different way. He can sell him as a ticket item, but don't put the pressure of the ticket sale and the company over him, just the boxing stuff. I think like with Sander, remember he's with Top Rank stuff, so he don't need the pressure of selling nothing. He got his money and stuff. Yes, he's gonna have the pressure of the crowd, how the stadium get filled up, how many people are inside there. If he gonna listen to the crowd, if he sold the ticket, if he don't sold it. But I think Sander is more mature with the pressure because he don't have all that background that Subriel had of losing a brother in his hand, the streets, jail. Well, those demons always haunt you. The death of a guy in the ring with you. It's a lot of shit that Sanders don't have. So I think the pressure of being the main event will not gonna affect him like affect Subriel. I don't know if I explain myself.
I get what you're saying, because part of my argument is based on what you're saying. When it comes down to him performing in the ring, I don't believe that pressure is going to be the thing that fucks with him. The pressure that's going to fuck with him is where he is right now, because where we just saw the Subriel fight, right? And just like the dynamic you brought up and how everything shifted to now, Xander is looked at as
the next guy, the guy, whatever, Where you at? AC.
You went out, AC.
I think AC. Are you there? I think you got some trouble connection or stuff. Slowly you jump then till he come back.
saying my junk went down for a second.
Yeah,
And when I look at Abbas Baruch and I look at his form reminds me the way his legs was and the way he was shooting his shots and moving. I was like, when I look at you, for some reason, you look like Bud when Bud was at 47. Like y'all got that same, like the way you bend in your knees and things like that. So I was impressed with that. I was like, yo, I kind of like this dude's form. He doesn't translate that into the ring though. You feel what I'm saying? But when he's shadow boxing, you can tell there's something to build on for this guy. There's a lot to build on, and that's the scary part for me. Now that I've actually seen something where he's training, and I could look at other parts and compare that to the fight, it's like if Boss Baruch get to that level, and he may have the eye of another trainer that says, look, your trainer's a great guy, but come work with me for a little bit. Let me tighten some things up with you. And then you take that back to your trainer, and you take that back to your trainer, and it'll help you improve. And then between the trainer and him, they'll see those new techniques or that new tightening of that one little screw, how it really works. I look at Abbas Baru right now, and I'm not trying to be an expert on him, that maybe for another trainer, he would be like an Andy Cruz for Bozy. But I'll get into that later, to where you don't really have to do too much. You just have to tighten up a little screws and let him be him in that aspect. So when it comes down to it, Xander dealing with types of pressure, and then looking at this guy, mentally, he's ready for a boss move. He's training his heart out. He's laser focused. I like all of that about the two of them. You're not seeing them every other week on somebody's interview. They just focused on the fight. And Xander knows what's ahead if he should do it. Now, prior to that, that was before certain losses. Now, the dynamic of the boxing world has changed. Is that making him feel like it's me and old boy? That type of pressure, I think that's more of what he may be thinking about now. Like, damn, if I beat a boss now, I'm that guy. I'm the guy that Top Rank can look at as far as saying, yeah, you could do a lot with me as far as selling me and me getting the big fights, because I'm Puerto Rican and you already know the Puerto Rican market, Bob. So all I got to do is show up and show out. That's the pressure I think that's really gonna get at him, but it's gonna be curtailed and probably embraced, because he feels he's so prepared and he's ready for this moment. So it now makes it a complete 50-50 fight for me now. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know who the fuck's gonna win this fight, but I know it's going to be an amazing fight. And if Xander pulls this off and he's extra impressive, I'm gonna look at Xander completely differently.
Yeah, he already got me. You know what I'm saying, proceeding with caution, because I didn't see him doing that to Chino Perez, and maybe it was Perez just had a nice performance against Conway, and maybe Conway fought the wrong fight. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's Xander's boxing skills versus, you know, the boxer puncher. So I do know that his body is growing. He looks strong. He's saying he might go up to light heavy. He was like, yeah, I can see myself being in light heavy. They was like, man, that's what they said, man, that's a lot. He's like, man, that's only what, 4 divisions? He's like, yeah. I like his mentality, man. I'm, you know, even if I'm not like at the top of Mount Kilimanjaro screaming for certain fighters, because it's just, it takes time. And as they grow and as they have these tests and as they showed, you know, and take adversity, and, you know, even with like Andy taking this loss, how he gonna bounce back and what he said, like, that makes me more of a fan. That puts them higher up on my, but like as far as the energy, he got the kind of energy that I said that Abdullah got and that Brian Norman got. And you can tell that how professional they are and how they seek the smoke, and they're doing like legacy type things. It might not be all about the belt, but they want to challenge themselves. You can tell in action that that's what they're doing. So that's why I'm kind of like, you know what I'm saying, I'm on the tailgate of Xander, but I like Abbas because I like what he was able to do. I like that road warrior, like that Oshaki, where it don't matter. Like, I'm gonna go in and do my thing. So it's a coin flip for me. I just like, we win, you know, the fans win. So yeah, that's how I see it.
Yeah, it's definitely a win-win fight for the fans. Where I ended off at, this is the fight for me, honestly, that solidifies a lot of things with me with Xander. Like, I was big on Xander, and then I saw a fight where I was like, I don't know about that right there, boy, because if you really get in the ring with some of these other guys, doing shit like that is shaky. And then he cleaned it up, and now we're here. You feel what I'm saying? So within 2 fights, you know, you trying to unify from a shaky looking performance to a solid performance, and now you're unifying. I can't take nothing away from that type of effort and that type of movement. So I respect him on that alone. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, this is the fight that really really sells me on Xander. This is the type of fight now that I'm really seeing, kind of who Abbas is. And after we've talked to different people from Europe, and I've asked some tough questions about Abbas and stuff like that. Yeah, this is his moment. And I'm looking for him to embrace it just as much as I'm looking for Abbas to embrace it. And they're both like a fucking Cinderella story, so it's like like both I don't know who to pick. You know what I'm saying? So this is a good dilemma for me. And like I said, it's just a good dilemma. This is really, really a great fight for boxing. And that's where I landed on that.
Yeah,
Word.
it's like Andy's like the Cubans. I was telling them they was like kind of low in Andy and stuff like that after they saw him fighting with Raymond Muratalla. Now that he got more fans, like now they're motivated on him. Like now they see what I've been telling them that he can do. This was a close fight. Like now it's knowing how to market him and get him out of the West Coast. Like bro, come on, bring him over here. Get him out of there. But Sander, Tejas, I think and because I hear a lot, and he don't have the best camp and stuff. Like Tejas should took that Abbas out, but he was running out of gas. He was doing, and I think Sander have better corner. He's a professional, been in that position already, and I hope that he don't have like big troubles in that fight. I think like AC said, like a lot of people have this fight looking at him, and it's a lot of Puerto Ricans looking at this fight. Like, let's see what you got. Let's see how you win, because it's not just winning. For us, is how you win too. Not a lot of people are happy with the Chino stuff and the clinching. Yeah, I understood what he was clinching, what he was doing, but some fans just want take his head off. But then when their favorite boxer get to the canvas, they get sad. Like, motherfucker, you know what you're telling him to, why you like him, right? Because he go forward and smack the shit out of the other people. Well, when you do that, you have two chances. You can knock out the guy, or the guy can clip you and knock you out. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think this is what I think. I think this is going to be a war of attrition. And with Xander's feet and his movement, he can cause a lot of problems for Abbas, because it seems like Abbas is a little bit of a high volume guy. Not the best for him, but he can get to his target and he can impose his will. But like when you start missing a guy a lot, it could drain your tank. Now his key is going to that body. I got to go back and look at that test again, and because I got to see if he just a head hunter, because I see a lot of his stuff from what I've been seeing is up top, but he's going to have to get to Xander's body. Easier said than done with a mover like that, but that's one of his definite keys to victory. And I think his conditioning, whoever's conditioned the best, like Mr. Gary Russell, the guy from 126 who reigned for 6 years and 352 days, said, man, you got to be in 15-round dog shape. So, and I think that's an asset that Abbas got. I think he's one of them guys that won't stop coming. Power carries late. I think he probably got the better chin than Xander. Xander definitely not the biggest puncher, but sometimes them boxers can get in there and look like a puncher, like how Devin did. If they're opportunistic and that timing is right, then they can sit anybody down. So it's interesting, man. That's my initial look, man. But we can get into the meat and potatoes, man. I want to go through this card so we can get to the whole Muratalla thing. We had Zaquin Moses versus Leandro Medina. in a 6-rounder, and Zaquin won by UD. AC, what grade did you give Zaquin?
A B.
A solid B. And what's your rationale behind the B performance?
It's two-folded. Again, you're showing me a trait that I'm not really a big fan of. You know what I'm saying? You was in that camp and you was saying, yeah, we all gonna get stoppages. I'm gonna knock this dude out. I'm gonna make it look real easy. I'm gonna knock him out. Blah 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 blah. Right? But there was two issues. Number one, you fought as though there was aggression, but there was no committed aggression. Like you weren't committing to it. If you would have committed to it, you would have probably stopped that dude the second or third round. But because you didn't commit to it, you got a unanimous decision. Now, you showed aggression. You feel what I'm saying? But that's like in basketball, you see a person drive to the hole and then they give a layup, and it's like, why didn't you just shoot it? You was right there. And they just drop the ball and you're like, bro, you was right there. Why didn't you just take the layup? You had him beat. You know what I'm saying? It's like that type of situation. So I don't know if old boy caught him with something and made him respect him. You know what I'm saying? But even at the end of the fight, he was like, yeah, I was doing what I was doing, but still being cautious because he was still a dangerous puncher. So yeah, that solidified it, that as he hit you with something and made you question your level of aggression to put in your attack, although you were clearly outskilling him. And I don't know why your corner didn't point that out and be like, you know what? When you get him in there, destroy him. Don't worry about what he's coming back with, because he's going to be too busy with his fucking hands up trying to guard your smarter, more accurate punches. The minute he opens up, you fucking him up. And that's why I gave him the B.
Yeah, I was kind of right along with you. I just wanted to say A- because I don't want people to, even though I'm a Shakur fan, I know that he's in the shadows and that's his cousin. I don't be wanting people to think I'm I'm anti-Shakur, because I'm not. I just don't like some of the outside the ring things. I like Zaquin, and all I say is this: when you living in the shadows, like when you in the shadows of like Shakur and that whole, what you call them, the Brat Pack, when you in the family of the Brat Pack, right, and you in them shadows, and you're pigeonholed into just being, affiliated with Shakur. They did a good job in announcing that he's more offensive than Shakur. I know he has great form. He's definitely more. He's showing. It's not because Shakur did that early on. He showed that viciousness. But I think Shakur put a lot more combination. Shakur, if you let him, he'll rattle off a 4 over 5. Like I seen Zaquin do like a 3, and then he'll back off. But when somebody don't deserve to be in there, this is the time where I be confusing people, because they be thinking I just like the knockout. It's like, no, I don't. I just think that in the earlier stages, these are the times when you're not a star when you land the big fight. You become a star when you running up them steps. Now, these are the steps when they're putting you into these different situations, going against these different opponents that come with a different style. This guy was definitely not as polished as the Maidana, but being Argentinian, these guys, they do that level change and shit, a la like Brian Castano, and that dude showed a couple times where that punch you always talk about, that overhand, that Maidana thing, he did that a couple times. But your job is to step on these cats. Now they say, yeah, he's definitely more, he's like Shakur, but more offensive. Yes, he is. But you gotta wipe the dude out. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Well, it'll help boost you more, because they're gonna be like, yeah, he stopped them. Like, not just, yeah, it was a total domination. Like, if you want to separate, because you're already affiliated with Shakur, and that connotation already comes with more like a pure boxing. You know, I think Zay Quinn is a boxer, but he can definitely be a boxer puncher. You know, as he really starts sitting down on this shit and get more confidence. But overall, I think he did a good job with mitigating, the what was coming back at him. But only way I said A minus, it would have been an A solid if he would have stopped the dude. And it was a short fight. I just want to implore Zay Quinn, if you really want to separate yourself and be that, and like really like still be affiliated, but really separate yourself, because when people think about Kermel, for some reason they equate him to being a knockout artist, and they got y'all on these trajectories to meet up. If y'all not, I think Zay Quinn gonna be a little bit bigger though, because his frame, he's getting a little taller, he's growing, and I think he turned 21 today. I think they said so. He was 20 yesterday.
April. He said his birthday's in April.
Oh, it's April.
Yeah,
I thought they said his birthday was today, but he's just 21, so he definitely gonna get his man strength and all that. But I implore Zay Quinn to step on somebody, but solid performance, you know what I'm saying, in the super featherweight.
Yeah, I'm not taking nothing away from his performance like that. For me, a B performance against that type of style is still a solid, good performance. A B is not a failing grade, according to nobody. You feel what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, what me and you are both saying is like, look, at this stage of the game, you're getting these kind of, where your skill level is, it might be a light touch of that style, but it'd be something formative enough that if you're not trained properly and things like that, it can pose a lot of problems for you. But if you're at that level and at that level of expectation, these should be light touches of styles that you easily stop. So then we have the record. The reason why we say Virgil, or you're saying Virgil is tailor-made for Boots, because we've seen stylistically, anytime you put a guy that's just right there that comes forward, he can be all the volume puncher in the world that he wants to be, but Boots has a solid record of stopping that style. Terrence Crawford, same thing. I said it's not even good. This is going to be an easy fight. Dudes is like, you crazy. I said, bro, stylistically, Canelo Alvarez is tailor-made for this man, right? All Bud got to do is worry about weight, and he's dealing with that because he had 13 months to get himself acclimated, which no other fighter that faced Canelo coming up had. So that's why I was like, I'm solid on this, bro. This shit is not even going to be easy. I believe if he really wants to, he could stop him. Oh, now you tripping. I said, okay, it is what it is, man. But watch the fight.
Look, you know what's interesting? Before I forget, because I did forget earlier talking about Abbas. You know, Abbas said that Virgil would beat Boots.
Yeah.
I was surprised. A couple people that said, yeah, he beat. I'm like, wow. I'm like, wow. But
I can see a path of Virgil beating him, but that's why I was saying Virgil needs to embrace when he does this particular Maidana-like style. Other than that, you have no chances of beating Boots. You feel what I'm saying? So unless you can clean your shit up like Muratalla, because kind of like Muratalla was reminding me of Virgil type pressure, along with that craftiness and combinations, and I really don't give a fuck about you attitude like David Benavidez. That's how he looked to me last night. So yeah, I see a pathway, but if you're not doing that, then I don't see you winning.
Right. That's how I feel. So moving on to the next one, man. Good stuff as always, AC. We had Amari Jones, the Olympic hopeful, 4-0. He came in there with a guy named Jerome Baxter. He was a little long on the tooth. This guy 6'1". I saw some flashes of Paul Williams in there, but like definitely not a polished. He's definitely not the finished product yet, but I seen flashes of brilliance as far as his movement, and then with using his reach, and it's a simple thing. You know what I'm saying? And I'll default to the other coaches, but it's a simple thing in the fact that because he was tagging, buddy. If he learned how to turn over that shit, if he learned how to sit down and turn over his punches, he can be lethal, man. So he's still growing. It was a 6-rounder, so he got the rounds. He got another 6 round, just like Zay Quinn. But again, I implore these guys, man, when you got the world looking at you and you on that stage, it's best to straight step on these dudes. So you be like, yeah, he stopped. Like, so the record, when they go back, they see that you know what I'm saying, that KO on your record. They see that and your percentages go up. So that's a selling point going forward. You know, what you think? What y'all think about that performance?
You want to go back?
Yeah, you go.
Oh, I'll go then. But basically, I feel like this. I gave him, on his level of performance, I actually gave him a B-, because there was something that was like, bro, why are you doing that? You're the taller fighter, but you keep doing this thing that the shorter guy that learns how to that can punch over the top, like a Povetkin and stuff like that, or Andy Cruz. These guys are technicians on fighting taller fighters. You know what I'm saying? Because that's their whole career was built on fighting taller fighters. You get in there with a dude like that, he's gonna smack you to sleep or continuously drop you. And that's when he would throw his jab, and then when the guy steps in, he went straight up. He basically planked. You know what I'm saying? That allowed the short guy at certain points hit him cleanly. And even when he was trying to use his lead hand as a probe or distraction tool, when he let the dude step in, he stepped back and he was planked again. And I'm like, I don't know who's in your corner, but they have to show you that that's kind of, as being a tall fighter, when you look at tall fighters like Breland, Tyson Fury, they'll dip down and roll out at the taller dude, even facing the short guy. You feel what I'm saying? And they're masters at it. It's not even a full low dip, but it's a dip low enough to get up under your punch because they know you're punching up. You feel what I'm saying? And they'll just dip out of that shit, roll around, and then be set right there. And now they could just start shooting shit at you. You showed signs that it was there, but the ratio of doing that to oppose as planking, as that's the term I'm using for it, I was just like, nah, And then it was also the issue of turning over your punch. You could have clearly stopped this guy. Same thing with Zaquan Moses. Step on the gas, go at him with that level of confidence that you don't belong in the ring with me. And for me, going towards the end of it, I was questioning, did you actually train for a 10-round fight, even though you know it's 6? Or did you actually train for a 6-round fight?
Yeah, I think I know the perfect style I want to see him against, because I know the perfect kryptonite style for that. That's that Nick Ball, Brian Castaño, Gustavo Limo style at that weight class that I want to see him against, because that's the perfect style where they can shell Pitbull. Like if it was a guy that fought like Pitbull, that style right there, it'll give him all kind of problems. You know what I'm saying? But he's a work in progress. But good points on Omari, man. I couldn't have said it better.
Man, I gotta go because I was traveling. Oh my god, I'm beat up. That's not what I thought, but then I'm like, everything, But I'm gonna stay in the show listening to you, okay? All
right, man. No problem.
Got it.
But moving on to Israel Madrimov versus Luis Salazar. They said that Israel Marjimov, he was kind of sick and this and that. I don't know if he just beat up, if he was overhyped. I was trying to say he was overhyped because I'm like, who is this guy? Because in that short record with like I think 11 fights, he fought one guy twice, and he came out of nowhere. He got a belt. He got a belt when Mel vacated. So I mean, it looked like at the end he started, you know what I'm saying, he realized, okay, this is what I gotta overwhelm this guy and keep punching and push him to the limits. Because I don't even know if Buddy was that in shape. I think if Buddy was in shape, he could have gave Israel Madrimov a lot of problems, but I wasn't really impressed by what I saw. And he ain't one of my guys, so I ain't gonna make no excuses for him. I mean, if he was sick, then salute to him for going to get that bag. I understand how it is. We all go to work sick sometimes, but it wasn't something that I was impressed with. You know, I don't know how high Israel Madrimov's ceiling is. I think he did have one of them extensive amateur backgrounds. I don't know if we've seen the best of Madrimov yet, or it was just a bad night at the office. Did you see that one?
Yeah, I watched it. Highly disappointed in Madrimov because I was um, I was a dude who, when Bud was fighting him, I was like, bro, if Madrimov comes in the way I'm expecting Madrimov to come in, because he's a natural switch hitter. I watched this dude in fights, you know, literally switch in the middle of a combination. And one of the last fighters in my lifetime that I seen do that was one of the kings of that switch hitting shit was Willie Pep, because he created that W that's actually perfect if you're a switch hitter. You know what I'm saying? Because you can go jab to jab, combination to combination, hook to hook, and still be defensively responsible. But your footwork is doing something that they're like, what the hell is this dude doing? You know what I'm saying? Because no matter what position, you're always in position to shoot the backhand off a counter. So I was impressed with that, and I was like, maybe he studied this dude early on in his career. He did come from an extensive background. So this is where I was like, no, I'm not overhyping the dude, but I'm just telling you, he's a tough out. You know what I'm saying? And Terrence Crawford, the problem with Bud is, I said, stylistically, Bud's seen a lot, but he hasn't faced that European pendulum style.
That irky jerky, yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't faced that, and that's what it's going to take Bud a minute to get accustomed to that. Oh, you tripping. Bud is the great. And I'm like, see, I'm not going to get on it like that. I'm just being honest about a guy that I think is the best guy out there. I'm just telling you, he's not. This is going to be the fight everybody's going to criticize him about. He's not going to look the way y'all think Bud going to look in this fight. But hey, I said, all right, bro, y'all watch. Just watch. Me and Boom had a falling out over it. You feel what I'm saying? And even Gooch and them, we had a falling out over it because I was adamant about it, and they didn't like what I was saying. So you feel what I'm saying? That's where it was. When he
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
I was gonna say, man. You know what I thought would have been an interesting fight in hindsight, man. I think Brian Castano versus Bud would have been a great fight, man.
Hell of a fight. Tough ass fight for Bud.
Yeah, I would have liked like a prime Castano. I don't know where he dipped off to, but like he left a lot of meat on the bone, man. Because he gave Laura all he could handle. He definitely gave Jamel all he could handle in the first one. Yeah, and I would have liked to see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was, like, stylistically, that would have been good. But yeah, that's all I had.
And just moving forward to where he is, what his performance was tonight, I could kind of see what they was talking about, because, you know, after the second round, you could see him like really breathing heavy in the corner. Third round, it was more prominent. By the fifth round, he's taking large gas of breath. You know what I'm saying? So it was like for me watching Gary Russell versus Loma.
Oh wow.
So it was just like, yeah, I could see you off. I could see something's wrong with you, but you could still put in a little bit more effort. Gary was putting in 100% of his effort. Gary was truly trying to win the fight. Madrimov just felt, I can outclass this guy. I'm better than this guy, and that's why you got banged the fuck up. Because even though all of that stuff was possible, you still didn't just go out there, be Madrimov, put those punches together, switch hit on this dude, and just fuck him up. You took your time. You was way too relaxed, and you paid for it. So at the end of the day, yeah, you fought like you were sick. I could see it in the way you were breathing and things like that. But if I had to compare, looking at two fighters who are dealing with a type of lung type of infection and stuff like that, which pneumonia kind of is, and things like that, who performed better under those same conditions? Gary Russell by a long shot. Your performance, Madrimov, was fucking lazy.
He got to do something. He got to tweak something, because I think they said he was sick before Virgil. So I'm like, man, you either got to get to a good environment, or I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the nutrition. I don't know, because I think they said the same thing going into the Virgil fight. But you know, I'm not there. I was never high on Madrimov, man. I think he had a flash in the pan.
Yeah.
The best things I've seen from him was he had a couple moments of brilliance in the Bud, like as far as like landing a couple good shots on Bud. He had that, but like for the most part, I was meh. Like most of the highlights, I was watching the highlights, I was a little bit more excited. But then, you know, when you're building, then you're gonna see like highlight reels of whatever. So I mean, we'll see what happened with Israel, man. I'm not big on him.
He's one of those guys that, as you spoke of earlier, you start being big on, and then you start to look at their performances and stuff like that. And it goes to lend to what you was talking about, what the Europe guy was talking about, in the fact that, and even I was talking about, in the fact of the shelf life sometimes of these guys that have these large amounts of amateur fights. You're still getting punched on. It's still wear and tear on the body. Mm-hmm. You know, and at the professional level, it's a lot different. You know what I'm saying? So is Madrimov reaching his shelf life as a professional fighter? To be honest, it's looking like it.
Yeah.
He showed me something different. Otherwise, I'm going to put you in that category. Yeah, you had the flash in your pants. You was a decorated amateur. You became a real champion, and then you faded out like the rest of them.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better, man. Let's get to this controversial one, man. Khalil Cole versus Jesse Hart. And going into this, Jesse Hart had blue weight. He was like high 7.
That was Khalil Cole.
Khalil Cole versus Jesse Hart. He was like almost 8 pounds overweight going in. I was like upset about it because he risked the biscuit as far as not getting everybody paid. Had Jesse not went for it, and they said that Jesse foregone taking that extra bread he was supposed to get for missing the contracted weight just to get the fight. And I played the clip where he was saying, I begged the commissioner because my daughter called because he pushed. Now, I want to say something, man. I gotta tip my hat. I know I be throwing rib shots at Greg and all that, but that mainly be on some old Homer, like him being a Homer or being like somewhat biased when it comes to certain ones. But like, I gotta admit, Greg Hackett coached his ass off, man. He was ahead of it. He said, yeah, he about to do some wild shit this round. You got him. Jesse Hart came out boxing. He is a little long in the tooth. He's not really a knockout artist, but he's very, very durable. You can see that the conditioning was a factor. The weight did play a factor, but Khalil Cole going through that fight, man, he He was switching. I knew that, like, I knew it was no danger. I don't know why he kept going to southpaw. Whenever he went to southpaw, like, Jesse Hart should have picked up that I am not in any danger because he's heavily right-handed. So you got to worry about him distracting you with the left and then hitting you with the right. But when that right is ahead, yeah, he's a little strong, but like, he's a liability in the southpaw. I don't know why Khalil was doing that. But when I'm looking at the fight, I had it 9-10 in the first round, 9-10 in the second round. Both of these for Jesse Hart, 8-10, because Khalil like basically picked him up and then like he got caught up on the shoulder and he slammed him. That was more egregious because just like anything else, just like in UFC, whenever you got to get, like even in football, and this happened with running backs, like every time, unless you're conditioned for it, every time you had to get up from the canvas, it depletes some of your energy. And then getting slammed, you can knock some juice, some stamina, some endurance out of a motherfucker by slamming them. Khalil did that. That was egregious. Some people might have, if you had somebody that wasn't as tenured, they might have stopped the fight after that. They might have like disqualified him for some shit like that. He did that. That was an 8-10 round. The fourth round, so I didn't see Khalil winning a round until the fifth. And I was trying to be unbiased. You know, if I can't definitively say that somebody won a round, especially when I'm rooting for somebody, I default to the other person. And I do judge by the 4 scoring criteria: defense, effective punching, effective aggression, and ring generalship. Now this was a issue that we're starting to see, and it's not a beginning to it, but like we've been seeing this. I've been talking about this. They are awarding the aggressor, even if it's not effective aggression. And I also noticed that Khalil Cole was doing a good job at stealing rounds, but Greg was all over it. There was one round when Greg said, I think it was the third. Greg said, "Hey, he about to do some wild shit," and that's right when that's the point when he got slammed. That was right before he got slammed. And Greg gave excellent tutelage in the corner. He was telling them everything. He was like, "Listen, they not gonna give it to us, man. You got to do more." And even though he was winning, he was being a boxer. He wasn't the aggressor. And there were times when Khalil Cole, when he did land, he did have the more impactful shots. But this boils down to something simple, and this kept happening. I was so surprised with this all night. There were several times in this fight and the final fight where my scorecards was exactly like Chris Mannix. This is one of the most excellent times where I wasn't pissed off at how they was calling the fights. I wasn't pissed off at the scorecard. Like the commentary was like spot on, and they even voiced their opinion when it was all said and done, and how he was like, I don't see a world in which Khalil Cole won this fight. It was like, and then you look at the last 2 rounds, Khalil Cole didn't do nothing, and he got in that southpaw and just plotted forward and followed him around. I think Jesse Hart, when Greg told him, "Hey man, 2 more rounds," I think he got that. You know, he saw the finish line. He knew it was 6 minutes left, and he did what he needed to do. He got, like, even though he didn't have, it looked like the punching power didn't translate like that, but like he still was landing the effective punches. So I heard a guy on call in the TBV, and that caller, man, he couldn't have said it better. I give credit, because he said exactly what I was thinking. He said, man, the boxing world, as boxing fans and hardcores, we hate to see when this happened in boxing. And I'm gonna tell you what happened. And this is why this is why sometimes I don't trust boxing. And this is why I'm gonna show y'all. Look at this. And this is not, I'm gonna use this as an example, but it's not because I put down this bet. I'm just gonna show y'all because I want to be transparent. This was my bet. I had Jesse Hart money line and Raymond Muratalla. $20 was a plus 19.15. That was $400 and some dollars. They had Jesse Hart. Reason why I was so high, because they had Jesse Hart. You see what they had him? They had him as a plus 550. I looked at it, I said, there's no way. Now, because they had him as a plus 550, they had already got them. Unless he would have knocked in, I was about to curse. Unless he would have knocked out Khalil Cole, unless Jesse Hart would have knocked, they was going to give it to Jesse Hart. And this is the ugly side of boxing, and this is how you know when it comes to betting. The fact that they had that man, and even Chris Mannix said it, the fact that they had him, he said, man, that's like, he said, I don't know where these odds makers got that. And in the fight we watched, they gave it to him because I think they think it's more meat on the bone with Khalil Cole. Of course, Shakur's trainer, Coach Rell, was in the corner. And I think that's the boyfriend of that O'Shea Jones chick. I think it was a lot of politics, and this is once again the business of boxing. But this is also how the betting world gets you. Because I would have been up, I would have won like 500 and so if they would have awarded the decision. I could see a MD, but I mean, if you wanted to say a draw, even though I didn't see a draw, especially the fact because Khalil came in way overweight, you know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't knock the dude down. He didn't drop him. Yeah, he had a couple big shots in there. You know, he had a couple, you know what I'm saying? But like, he did not, and those was in spurts. He got outworked. He got out statistically. People don't even like going to the statistics. He got outlanded. He got outworked, and he disappeared in this fight, a 10-round fight, the 9th and the 10th. Those are the championship rounds in a fight like that with nothing on the line. He disappeared. It's statistically, performance-wise. Now, I know Jesse Hart, he got deducted a point for excessive holding. They could have kept that in the pocket, because what's more egregious? Getting somebody slamming you and missing a point, and then somebody excessively holding and you missing a point. And it wasn't even like that, because Khalil even had a point in time when he was holding. But this is how the betting world gets you, and this is how they get you. They'll put something high like that, so word to the wise. When you see odds like this on a fight like that with a guy that's tenured, never been stopped, he lost, yeah, but never been stopped, and just because he was inactive, when you see odds that high where it's nothing to indicate that, you know, he gonna get knocked out like that, proceed with caution. Sprinkle just a little bit on it, like I did, the 20 on it, you know what I'm saying? You know, because that would have yielded me like a little under $600, just because they missed that initial decision, and I had Muratalla, you know what I'm saying, winning. So this is how they got me, and see, this is how I be spot on with the bets, but it's like the betting, the Vegas, whoever doing it, you know what I'm saying? This is how they get you. You know what I'm saying? This is how they rake it in, because they were not going to give Jesse Hart that decision. What you think about this, AC?
At the end of the day, there was a point in the fight that I thought Jesse Hart was going to lose. Just basically the way it seemed as though Khalil Cole was stalking him. He was stalking him in a manner like, I'm gonna let it go, I'm gonna let it go. I got your timing, I got your timing. And when he did let it go, he missed. You feel what I'm saying? And that was based on the fact that in that fight, Jesse Hart's style seemed to be very, very awkward. You feel what I'm saying? Like, he would get in positions where he'd land a really, really good shot, and then you'd come in and hold him. The shot that would have got him a knockdown, a clear-cut knockdown, you went in there and you held him up because he grabbed him and Khalil Cole was spinning around you. You should have held your hands up instead and tried to back away. I was like, bro, why did you just hold this man up? You could have got the knockdown. You feel what I'm saying? And I was like, see, something ain't right here. And then I was like, you know, if he don't settle in a little bit more, he looked like he might get knocked the fuck out if this dude's hands go. Yep. If he let his hands go and punches with him. You feel what I'm saying? That was the biggest thing in the corner. That fight came down to, in my opinion, to a certain degree, who had the better corner. And for me, the better corner was clearly Greg Hackett. I was sitting there like, I get past all of this. I want to hear what Greg got to say when the round over. You feel what I'm saying? And I was like, I had no idea this dude could coach somebody at this level.
Yeah. We got to put some. I know I had to put some respect on Greg's name after that. I was impressed.
No doubt. So was I and shit like that. And when he was yelling at him, like, the fuck is you doing? Get your fucking head off the line. what are you doing? And why are you standing there waiting? And I was like, oh, wow. He right it in right, bruh. He's like, you did this. You walked over there and you just looked at him. What the fuck is you staring at? I was like, yo, wow, Greg, that's what's up, bro. Salute to you on that one. You know, but as the fight went more and more, went on, I could clearly see Jesse Hart's awkward style really frustrating the shit out of Khalil Cole. Even though Khalil Cole did catch him with some shit, was it effective aggression? Did his punches have the higher impact? I was like, depending on if we got these preference judges scoring this fight right here, I could see the draw. But there is no way do I see Khalil Cole winning the fight.
Yeah, 96, 93. I'm like, what fight was y'all watching?
Yeah, I'm like,
and he got a point deduction, and he didn't drop him.
Nope.
And this is what I've been saying. Like, now listen, this is what I'm saying. So we getting ready to go into the final fight, which I think, now listen, the aggression, we can't even say effective aggression. The aggression, they are awarding them that, and the fact that people been stealing rounds. Because I seen a little bit of that in the final fight, which we're going into. But it's going to be interesting to see, because if T.O. was being the aggressor, we might get a Jermaine Ortiz T.O. thing to where it's like, yeah, we saw enough for Jermaine to win, but T.O. was bringing the fight, he was pushing the fight, and a lot of the times it looks like, even if it's not effective, they are awarding aggression. I think they failed to realize the effective, because just because you get in a southpaw stance and you're moving forward, if you're not moving forward and landing shots upstairs, downstairs, like, yeah, your opponent might be turning, your opponent might be, you know, maneuvering, evading, eluding, ducking shots, making you whiff. If you're not landing effective shots the whole time when you're doing that, you can't award that kind of aggression.
Yeah.
But it's starting to look like they're defaulting to the aggression. I said this for like 3 years now. Like, the climate has changed and the way they're judging. But I'm like, man, we got to stop awarding just regular aggression.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got, because while you're doing that, if you're not landing the punches, and statistically it shows, if you're not landing the punches, then the other person is winning on defense. Then it comes down to effective punching and ring generalship. Like, is that the only thing you can do? Just come plod forward and you know, follow the guy? Because if you're cutting the ring, we can give you the ring generalship. But if you're following the guy, then we can't give you ring generalship. So
yeah,
when you use the 4 scoring criteria, we got to clean that up. And I don't know what these judges are looking for. I think that I can't outright say robbery. It wasn't really nothing on the line. I think that the business of boxing said, hey, this guy long in the tooth, yeah, he'll be a perfect barometer test or a litmus test. But, like, man, that could be the difference of that man getting more bread at this next fight because on paper it went down as a loss, or him even getting a fight because they know he a tough fight. But if they let him be inactive again, somebody else, one of these young hungries, can do it. He got outworked. He got outlanded. He didn't have the ring generalship. He just had at spurts more effective punching. But I think if Jesse put out more output, was more effective in what he did, which shows effective punching, you know what I'm saying, and pretty much controlled the fight at times for the majority, then I think he won. So it was just messed up to see that, man, especially with Khalil going into the fight overweight and him pushing him on stage and all that extra yip yapping, and he didn't knock him out. So I don't think Greg and them got nothing to hold their hat on. Get Jesse back active again, get him a couple more scraps, and you know, he'll be all right. But Khalil Cole, I got my eyes on him, man. I think they trying to line up something for him, and his affiliations is what got him that fight. But moving to the final joint, the Andy Cruz attempting to unstrap Muratalla, the real meat and potatoes. And still, Raymond Muratalla actually stamped himself. He legitimized his strap. He actually fortified his position. The only reason why I didn't change the tank thing because nobody else has it, and you know, he's the champion recess. But he solidified himself with that IBF strap, man. So him and Abdullah are the fresh guys. Both, you know, have their rite of passage. I was extremely impressed with Raymond Muratalla and, you know, and what he was able to do. Tiger Johnson alluded to the fact that it was what he called it? I think he called it educated pressure. No, he called it controlled pressure for Muratalla. He said he did a good job at pressing him. He came out right away and pressed Andy and had Andy on the back foot. And his punch of choice was the stab jab to the body, which is one of my favorite punches. Gary Antoine Russell do it, and I love that punch because for a boxer, if you come out in the first round and you start stabbing that body, that stab jab, as you step forward, that's like, first of all, it hurts. It stops your momentum, and it instantly starts putting water in the basement. Your legs already got a brace. He did that stab. It controlled Andy at points, that stab jab to the bread basket. Excellent. You know what I'm saying? He used his range. He used his reach. He didn't really let Andy breathe. Andy got off his shots. You know what I'm saying? But what was said, because they interviewed Kenny Sims and he was with Albert Bell. And shout out to Sean Zattel for the interview. I like that aspect of everything. He got the interviews. And they basically said that they gave props to Muratalla, and they said that maybe the amateurish style of Andy Cruz showed up because he was doing the thing that they do in the amateurs, like when they punch and land, they raise their arm, and he was more satisfied with knowing that he was touching instead of like turning that shit over to make sure he had an impact on the opponent. Now, I gotta speak to something else. When you see a fighter, because this happens with people like Virgil Ortiz, it happens with T.O., and now we see Muratalla. A fighter's face doesn't always indicate what happened in that fight. And I can go back to Regis versus Josh Taylor. It was a close fight. I think Regis fell asleep in the middle rounds, and Josh Taylor did his thing. But if you were to look at that fight afterwards, you would have thought Regis was in there just battering the shit out of Josh Taylor. So when you look at these guys like a T.O., like a Virgil Ortiz, like how Muratalla did, like right at the corner of his eyes, sometimes it do. You can tell when somebody got their ass whooped, and it do, but it doesn't always indicate how the fight went just because the fighter face. I seen so many comments in so many different places saying, man, Andy Cruz won that fight. Look at Muratalla's face. I'm like, no, dummy. We got to look at it comprehensively. And I'm gonna land right here. I really enjoy Andy, man, and how he conducted himself afterwards. We do have a lot of sore losers who, and I'm not gonna call out no names, but they don't do the post-fight interview. They leave. They do this. Andy had one of the hardest. He said one of the hardest things that stuck out to me, man, and I gotta salute him for this. He said, hold on, let's see. I put it in the wrong spot. This is what he said. A defeat won't define me. I said bars. You know what I'm saying? Bars, man. And I believe it. I believe that he put up a valiant effort. I was so sad to actually hear a lot of people shitting on Andy and saying this and discounting. It was a close fight. I had it 115, 113. It was a close fight. Clearly, the punches that Andy was landing, it wasn't enough to keep Muratalla off of him, but you can definitely tell that when that shit that Muratalla was putting out affected Andy Cruz a lot more. And it's the fact that Andy is really just not a puncher like that. You know what I'm saying? And he'll touch and point, but with the aggression, the controlled pressure, the effective aggression, both of them was pretty accurate with their shots. I think Andy's gas tank got worn down from that body work that Muratalla was doing. But at the end of the day, I gotta show what Muratalla said. They interviewed him. They said, I don't care where he's from, his background, none of that. I just know I've been working in the gym and I won. And people were knocking Muratalla. I'm like, you can't please boxing fans. They said, oh, he was so dry. It's just like, no. Raymond Muratalla is dangerously focused. That's why he earned his name Danger. You know what I'm saying? And like we got to be happy with something. The performance was solid. He didn't talk all this extra shit. He was solemn and focused going in versus Andy being happy-go-lucky, and and that's part of their personalities. But Raymond Muratalla, he's a dangerously focused fighter. You know what I'm saying? He's a no-nonsense guy, very smart. You know what I'm saying? He just don't, he's just not like a ham for the cam, even though he speaks very well. He's just a straightforward, focused, hard hat, you know what I'm saying, lunch pail type guy. He gonna go in there, get the job done, and get out the way. I want the big fights. He called out T.O. and Shakur. But that's what I had on that, y'all. Salute to Dev for jumping on, man. What's going on? How you feel?
Hey, what's going on, Bodywork? What's going on, AC?
Salute, bro.
Man, everything good, man. That was a dope breakdown. It was a great fight. Unfortunately, I only got to see the Andy fight. I came in a little late. But it was a great fight nonetheless. Do you want me to give my take, or AC, you want to?
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Okay, it's not going to be too long. Either guy could have won this fight if you ask me, but what I want to talk about is that scorecard, man. And it's funny because the first thing I thought of, and Sergio Moore said it right after I thought about it, was that Canelo Triple G fight, that first one. Like, how do you watch that fight and give Cruz 2 rounds? That's a 110 scorecard, right?
Yeah, that 118, 110.
Yeah.
They called him cheat him. They said cheat him. Tim cheat him. Cheat him. My lady was laughing. Cheat him. Strikes again. I was like, God damn, dude. What you see a 118, 110, bro?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I honestly scored it a draw. But you couldn't go wrong with either guy edging the fight. But that was a crazy scorecard. The coldest thing about this division is Andy can grab any of the other straps as far as the matchups. I think he gives all those other champions problems. And I honestly believe if he goes back into the gym, he could beat Muratalla in a rematch. Like, there was some small things. I wrote some stuff down too. Like, after round 2, Bozy was telling Cruz, right, throw through the target, keep on him. He can't fight backwards. And there was something about Andy Cruz when he would throw his combos, he kind of stopped.
Yep.
And I don't want to compare him to Loma, but when Loma was at his peak, AC, you talked about him and Gary, like around that time, Loma would keep turning you. He wouldn't let up on you. And I was hoping Andy didn't let up on Muratalla when he got those combinations going. Another thing I noticed was that, and it gets confusing and frustrating at times listening to Sergio Moore and them dudes, man. They so worried about their opinion and being right versus just calling the fight how it is. I mean, how many fights have I seen when them two are just arguing the whole goddamn fight? And so I heard Moore talk about, well, the fans and the judges want to see activity, but they're not acknowledging all those shots Andy was catching and slipping, especially in the early rounds. Yeah, man. I mean, overall, it was a good fight. The best part about this fight is I think Muratalla wants to smoke. And I think he's going to go after some heavy hitters, whether that's at 40 or the rest of the champions at 35. I also wrote down, how does Abdullah match up with any of those two guys? Also, Sam Noakes. I don't think Sam Noakes is ranked in Muratalla's IBF ranking, but I would like to see Noakes in Muratalla. That'd be a fine fight. But yeah, man, that's really all I got. It was a great fight. One of the better fights I've seen in a while. Two technically skilled guys. And I think if you listen to Bozy a little more, I think he might have edged it, but I don't blame him because Muratalla was throwing heat in that kitchen sink, man. And he was not letting up. Like his pace and output was very consistent, 1 through 12. You know, typically when I see that pace and output, fighters slow down at some point. And he didn't let up, so I got to give him credit too. And you mentioned it, Bodywork. The body shots, the stab jab, that was definitely affecting Andy.
Early. So
Yeah.
late, that like Teddy Atlas. That's textbook Teddy Atlas, man. One of my guys. Shout out to Teddy, man. And Teddy had Andy winning. But that stab jab to the body, I knew instantly with that controlled pressure, right out the gate, he came out and started pressing, and he was wearing that body out, man. You got to do that. That's textbook, man. And the factor of one thing that Sean 2 times said at 6-0, he's a 30-year-old prospect. He can't make too many more mistakes. He's like 6-1 now. And I saluted him and said, yeah, it's a concern for his shelf life with his extensive amateur background. One, they be saying sometimes them Cubans are a little bit older than what they tell you that they are. I think like King Kong, maybe even Ugas. Some of these guys might be a little older than what they are, but when Europe came up here, and I hate that it got a little ugly, but when Europe came up there, he kind of did it, and I went through my mental Rolodex, and I thought about Loma. Loma ain't had that many fights, man, and it was because of his extensive background. We're looking at Madrimov, we questioning his shelf life because of an extensive amateur background. And Robisi, that war he had with Espinosa and his amateur background, with them guys being older, and all them training camps and all that, that's a concern with me for Andy. So I don't know, we got to consider that. And also, they were saying, like, somebody dismissed the fact that this was Robert Garcia versus Bozy, and they utterly dismissed. I said, no, you can't dismiss it. Why? Because one, you got to look at the stables they have and the different kind of looks. When you got some of the fighters that Robert Garcia got in there, they can give them them looks. They can, even though it's a size difference or whatever, the foot movement and all of that with the different styles that Robert got in there and some pure boxers, that was going to be a factor versus the guys that were in there with Bozy. But also, there's really no language barrier with Muratalla and Robert Garcia, and the fact that even though he's Latin or whatever, they could do it either way. There is a barrier between Bozy and Andy, and all of those things kind of have a play. It's a factor. What y'all think about that?
I'm gonna say it like this.
I think you on point.
That was the main
I think you on
factor.
point.
That was the main factor for me, because when they went back and when things got thick for Muratalla, his corner gave him great.
I think you on mute.
No, I'm not on mute.
I could hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
He was his instructions were on point. When Muratalla strayed away from the body, Garcia told him to go back to the body. You feel what I'm saying? When he told them, you're down, apply more pressure, take these rounds, he did that. And I'm saying both of them did it at that same time. But where things got pear-shaped, in my opinion, for Andy Cruz is, by the time they got to the 5th and 6th round, there was no more instruction for Bozy. From Bozy, it's, you know what you got to do. Go out there and get him and get the job done. You know what you got to do. So Bozy reminds me of some of the chefs that I had early on in my career, and these chefs were basically the type of guys that said, all right, I gave you the recipes, we went over this dish, I'm expecting everybody to cook it. Meanwhile, there are certain nuances that once you now start doing it to sell it, because we did this stuff in the lead up to the opening the restaurant. Now that you're doing this stuff and it's actually for real, there are certain mistakes because we didn't take into play timing. We didn't take into play certain pans that you have, and when these pans come directly out of the dishwasher and all of this other stuff. So those little bits of logistical information, Bozy could not say that because there was the language barrier. You feel what I'm saying? So Bozy was trying to keep his instruction to, we went over everything in camp. We went over everything when you was in the ring. Now all I'm expecting you to do is to do the things that it was either game plan A that we went over to shorten this thing up, or game plan B to shorten this thing up. There was no adjustments in between, except you're down, you got to win these rounds.
Or pick it up, step it up.
Or step it up. You feel what I'm saying? So that's where Andy was like, he started making some of those amateur mistakes. Like he scoring shot, he hold his hand up, and it just seemed as though to the viewer who's not really familiar with that, it's like you trying to show a level of confidence and we only in the 6th, 7th round. You still got a whole half a fight left. So that may look a little bit different, because if you're not really aware of it and then you get caught and then you want to look away twice, and even the announcers caught it, he was like, that doesn't detract from the fact that you are actually caught with a good punch.
Yeah, he did that a lot.
The judges still saw the good punch you was hit with. You know what I'm saying? So Muratalla using that stab jab was highly key, because it's like in martial arts, a front thrust kick or a teat. That teat is not there to use to knock you out. It's there to just that amount of energy and tension that you got stored up in your core, it busts that open. And that shit is draining because you holding it, and you're ready to release with that power. And then when that kick come in, it's like, you feel what I'm saying? You hear it at times when you're in football and you make a good tackle. You hear the dude go, oof, or something like that, because he was tense and he was holding his core. You feel me? So that's what that thing was doing. And I think they may have recognized something like that and said, you know what, with Andy we're going to use, since he thinks he learned how to sit on some power, now what we're going to do is take that power away from him, because you just learned how to do it. So what's the best way to take away power, stamina, endurance? Go to the body. You feel what I'm saying? Because the only thing that's protecting the body is a rib cage and a couple of elbows.
Yeah, good point on the fact that they be saying when people stick their tongue out and stuff like that, like, yeah, they be trying to signal that didn't hurt, but they always say, yeah, that's a signal that I know more than Ronaldo, he be saying, yeah, that's a signal that you really got hurt. But Dev, can you hear AC now?
Yeah, I can hear him now.
All right, and salute to D Calico, man. Either one y'all could, but great point, AC. Yeah, he did a lot of that, like not posturing, but like signifying that it didn't hurt, but like that was still a landed shot. Like so, but either one of y'all could have it.
It's peace. What's going on?
Go to D Calico.
Salutes. Yeah, man. See, y'all backed me into a corner yesterday. You know, Khalil Cole still came out on top. You feel me? And he made me not like him even more during the damn fight. But the motherfucker won, and I kind of, almost sided with him, before the fight. But I didn't want to see him win. But he won anyways. And my boy Cruz, he didn't pull it out. Like he did so well up until a point. You know, like he showed everything that he is as far as a 10-round fighter. But this was a 12-round match. So his first time in championship rounds with such a good quality fighter, he lost those important rounds.
Yep.
And I'm of the friend of mine, you know, from watching a lot of fights that I've seen where almost every round could be a swing round, or you could almost lose every round prior to those championship rounds. And when you dominate those rounds, you tend to win the fight.
Cambosis and Tio did that. Like, you got to close out. And they was doing this thing where Andy came out a lot of times. He'll win that first minute or that first minute and 30, and then it'll flow over to Muratalla, or Muratalla pick it up the last 30 seconds. I don't know if it was a signal to say it's 30 seconds. He would turn up and steal some rounds too. But this is my thing, y'all. I want to ask y'all this. Did y'all see Keyshawn Davis out there with that belt?
Man.
Oh,
man.
That
was a bad look, man. That's a bad look.
I told y'all, didn't I said it. I said it and I said it and I said it. If Muratalla wins that fight, the person that's going to be the happiest is Keyshawn, because then it deads all of the Keyshawn versus Andy Cruz talk. It just deads that. Andy Cruz is no longer a fight versus Keyshawn Davis we can even entertain, because the Brad Pack is going to send the signals out that he just lost to Muratalla. Why should he fight him? Keyshawn is this. Keyshawn ain't never lost. Now Keyshawn lose to Jermaine Ortiz. That fight could easily be back on.
Yep, back up. Mandatory.
Yeah, but they said they going to an extreme talking about Keyshawn would knock him out, and I hated hearing all these people, because, you know, this is the Pulse, but I had to go look at it and get a vibe for what everybody was saying. They talking about they basically want to throw Andy in the trash. I'm like, what fight was y'all watching? Y'all act like he got knocked down, he got viciously wobbled, he just got beat up and broken, and it reminded me with Keyshawn doing that, it reminded me when Devin was celebrating because Broly beat Ryan. I'm like, Keyshawn can still be, I mean, that could still be your son. Like, Andy still might got your number, and that was experienced by Andy. And you didn't want that porridge. That porridge was too hot. You know what I'm saying? You said it needed to cool off, it needed to develop and all this. But like, I don't agree with, like, just because, like, I'll give you an example. Just because your uncle beat the shit out of your father, that don't mean your father won't come over there and whoop your ass. Like, it's still, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the crazy thing for me, I'll end it real quick with this, is the crazy thing for me is this. Andy Cruz going into that decision, I was still nervous. Honestly, that's the first fight I watched in over a year that I did not sit down from the first round to the 12th round. I stood up all 12 rounds watching that fight. You feel what I'm saying? Moving and dodging and like, oh shit. Like, I was literally in the fight. You feel what I'm saying? So
yeah, you felt the action.
Yeah, and I was like so drawn into the fight, and I was like, bro, I believe Muratalla won, but I'm nervous. I am fucking nervous. I don't know how they're gonna score this shit, because they could easily say a lot of those rounds was Andy Cruz rounds. You feel what I'm saying? Because of his accuracy and the way Muratalla would bunch up when Andy would throw those combinations.
So yeah, to your point, AC, he was slipping them by half the inch.
Yeah,
you know,
but he was coiled up in this weird high shoulder type thing that, like, Andy will throw a 5-punch combination, one punch will hit him, the other 4 are just sliding off his shoulders and the top of his head. But I was still like, when he steps in, he's letting them hands go, and I don't know how the judges is going to look at that.
No, I feel like that's why Cruz lost, because of the way the judges looked at it.
Yeah, that's the point I made when I was giving my take on it. Like, when Sergio Moore talked about, well, the judges are probably gonna, give it to Muratalla because of the activity. But then I'm like, but what about all the ones he was slipping and catching, especially early in the fight?
They both were doing it though, Dev. Andy, when Muratalla threw that combination, and Andy picked off every last one of them shits. I was like, yo, did this motherfucker just pick off every last one of those punches that came in his head? He was like, big back, boop, boop, back, back.
I'm
I was like,
tell you.
wow.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. It goes back to something I said earlier, where they reward aggression more than they award defense. So even if it's not effective aggression at times, even though I think Muratalla was pretty effective with his aggression, you know what I'm saying, for the most part. But there was a time where it was mental pressure, you know what I'm saying. But they award that more than the defense. Like they award, because you saw that in the fight before, where it was times where Jesse Hart made Khalil just straight miss. But the fact that he was pushing the fight, I think they were awarding some of that. And when he did land, it was more effective. They awarded that because it's a difference between aggression and effective aggression. And what I think Andy can learn from this is there were times when he let his hands go, and I ain't gonna say he admired his work. It was just that he didn't think to keep going. It's like, okay, if I got him right there, he's compromised right now. Let me keep going. You know what I'm saying? Let me max out on some of this. Let me really sit down. I think he's gonna go back and look at the tape and say, yeah, I had him right there, but I kind of let up a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
Yeah, that's what Bozy was telling him. Bozy told him that in a few rounds in that fight. Keep punching him. Stop stopping. You're right about that.
That Loma effect that you spoke of early, Body, like Loma throw his combinations, and another person who does that matrix-like stuff to me is Bam Rodriguez. He'll throw a combination, swoop up under, step to the side, and throw another combination. So he threw 4 on this side, 4 on this side. So at the end of the day, you're looking at a dude that's sliding and turning and presenting these angles. And when they throw their combinations, you're looking at a minimum of 7. While everybody else combination is 3 to 4. You're looking at from those guys 7 because they're doing that slide angular or lateral type of movement that's bringing them to different angles to whereas, yeah, you just covered up on this side, but now cover up on this side. Bop, 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 bop. And Andy could have done that, especially when Muratalla would curl and use that like weird shoulder type of thing where he had his elbow out, his shoulders up, and he was just making them slip. And all he had to do was pivot, use a little lateral movement like Loma would do, and he had a whole exposed blank canvas to work with. And he missed those opportunities, and this is where, when the talking points that I was rocking with, and then I hear, other guys that have bigger channels, settle in on the talking point on the hindsight of the fight being over, is that one guy learned completely on the job. The other guy went to college, went to Ivy League school, graduated magna cum laude from each one of those schools, and now you have to learn how to do business in the real world. So the other guy, who's the blue collar guy who started, from the mailroom or the dishwasher, and now is executive chef, he earned it from the mud. And this is where you hear these guys talking about he lost his first professional fight. He didn't quite get there and learn some of those tricks of the trades as being a professional fighter. Now, I'm going to say this. Reverse the roles or reverse the fighters. Let Muratalla had been working with Bozy Ennis and let Andy Cruz have been working for Robert Garcia. Andy Cruz would have stopped Muratalla. That's the way I see it.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask y'all something. It's an open question right here. I think we got a possible answer as to the one question I said, because Harvey Dock is going to be officiating the Shakur versus Tio fight. He officiated this one. I think it was clean work. I think and that's the first part. So, what y'all think about Harvey Dock? That's the first one. The second one is this. Being that y'all saw it so close, it was very close. I had a 115, 113 for Muratalla, you know what I'm saying? But I could see some things. I just think that he clearly, did his thing, you know what I'm saying? Like he was the champ. So it was like, yeah, I'm gonna ask, if we see the same fight with T.O. and Shakur, boxer versus boxer puncher, with Shakur being the boxer, T.O. being a boxer puncher, is the outcome going to be the same?
I think so. And to the official, I loved his officiating. He did a fantastic job. It's another one of those things where he was in the ring, but he wasn't noticeable. So that's where I loved his work.
Cool. What y'all think, Dev? D Calico?
Yeah, he always get a you know, like a hard rep. Like as far as like people never give him no slack. But I feel like he a good rep. I mean, a good ref.
Yeah, I only thought that Devin Ryan fight was a little, you know, I thought that was a little stuff. But outside of that, it might have just been a bad night at the office or, you know, something else. But what about the if the fight go the same way, T.O. and Shakur, what's the outcome gonna be?
Oh, T.O. I think T.O. if he has that type of output, and you know, excuse me, did y'all hear? I don't know if it was Manic. Somebody said on the telecast, oh, Andy Cruz has footwork the side of Shakur Stevenson. I think Andy's footwork is better than Shakur. Am I tripping about that?
I think it's different. I think they could be comparable.
I like it. Different. Like Shakur just jumps back.
Right. I think Andy got
Andy
some
Cruz
feet,
is
man.
Like he's more like Loma, you know, more methodical with his movement because he's not running. You know.
That was my follow-up point, panel. What you just said, Calico. The difference in this fight was that Andy was in that kitchen sink. He was making them slip by half the inch. I don't think Shakur is gonna play defense like that. He got away with it against Zepeda, but I don't think he's gonna play defense like that against Tio. I think he's gonna use more like step backs and stuff, you know.
I'm gonna say it like this. When you look at the level of competition both guys have fought, it would be easy to say Shakur has better feet because he's had most of the advantage and most of the experience advantage over these guys because of who he's privy to work with pretty much throughout his career. When you look at Shakur, and we're gonna say one of his highest ranked fighters in being Oscar Valdez, because Oscar Valdez, there was the discrepancy in size, and that really shouldn't matter. But when you look at that type of discrepancy, a half step and a quarter step can make a huge difference, especially when you're talking about reach advantage as well. So when you talk about footwork in the level of competition Shakur has fought in, his footwork looked like one of the keys to his victory. He's always in position that even when he turns somebody, he's right there to let him go. You know, and then he'll pivot back off the other foot and he's right there to let him go. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at what Andy was doing, Andy was fighting a high level pressure fighter. Dare I say he showed signs of being one of the great pressure fighters. That shit was like kind of Canelo Alvarez when he was young. It was very David Benavidez. It was a lot. Like you can see glimpses of many great pressure fighters in the way he approached the guy who had the much better pedigree. He approached him with professional high level pressure, and Andy had to make those adjustments with his feet to not always be in front of him and be in the danger zone against danger. So when it comes down to that, I have to give the advantage in footwork versus competition. I have to give that to Andy Cruz at this point. He showed a much higher level of footwork, then I can take the bulk of Shakur's work and compare it to that fight. It's like, listen, this dude just dropped a single. Take anything this dude made on his last 2 albums, and you tell me what song could fuck with that song. And that's how I see it.
I got a response. Like in my initial knee-jerk response is this: footwork for Andy versus Shakur is a matter of taste. Like your matter of taste in the style, because Shakur's defense can mute your effective aggression and your effective punching. And while he's being awarded for his defense, because that jump back, that step back or whatever, that Holy getting all out of the way, that Roy Jones talked about it, where he don't need to do that. Like if you can't hit him, then with the way that he's doing it, then he's muting, and you're the aggressive, then that's you get awarded for the effective aggression, and you ain't gonna be awarded for effective punching. But he's gonna be getting awarded for defense. But Andy is truly more slicker, to where he don't gotta do all of that, like jump back and all that. He can truly like slip a punch, like the true slick style. So I think it's more of a it's a matter of taste. You know, it's a matter of taste, because Shakur's footwork is his thing that he do, but it mutes some of the things that you do if you can't get to him, unless he chooses to stand in front of you. And he can stand in front of you, make you slip, but you're gonna get something off. And with them 4 angles, with the judges being all around, some people might think, oh yeah, he landed that shit, even though the other guy that's looking at it from the other side said, nah, damn, he slipped that. So I think that's the difference in my opinion. I think it's a preference.
Let me ask you, Body, and I guess the panel, to that point, if you switch out Shakur for Andy in that fight, do you think Shakur could pull the same fight off?
No, I'm gonna tell you why. His output is going to drastically diminish. And I was about to jump on the panel earlier, but it was too much Shakur pickle pulling going on up there. Shout out to OG Crush. It was too much Shakur pickle pulling. I was like, I ain't gonna get on there unless AC want to do it. I think AC, I didn't hear from him, so I didn't do it. And we know definitively Shakur's style changes when he's in there with a puncher. I know, because Shakur's one of my guys. I just don't like the outside of the ring shit. He do not fight the same fight when he's in there with a puncher. That's the only reason why he did that with Zepeda, because Zepeda, he's high volume, but he's not a puncher. I don't think that in that fight, I don't think Shakur's output is going to be enough. Look at what happened with De Los Santos. They gave it to him, I mean, because it was the business of boxing. But you can argue, when you look at that fight, it ain't nothing really happened. Who was the aggressor? And who did the body work? They wasn't counting De Los Santos' body work. But he was hitting Shakur in the body, but the activity, they set a record. And I think that if he was in there with Muratalla and Muratalla was stab jabbing to the body and getting some of that shit off, Shakur's output ain't gonna be like that. That's even though his Muratalla's output wasn't as high as a Zepeda, but he got more thump and he had better ring generalship. Shakur ain't gonna punch with that dude like that. He ain't gonna do enough offensively to score the points, in my opinion, Dev.
I got this question for you, Body, because it led to something you said earlier, and when I was answering the initial question, I forgot to circle back to ask you that question. When you said it came down to, defense, when you made a statement concerning defense between Muratalla and Andy Cruz. During the fight, I was impressed with both guys' level of defense. You know what I'm saying? When I look at the facial damage, one guy was a little bit darker, the other guy was lighter. One of both of their eyes were bust open, and the other one took slightly less damage. Although Muratalla on the second eye, it looked like he took a little bit more damage. You feel what I'm saying? But to me, their levels of defense and how they performed that night was damn near 50-50 for me. That's why I was also concerned, even though I was like, I think Muratalla won this fight, but there are these other things that may come into play. I don't know if they saw Muratalla as defensively responsible and putting up as good as defense as Andy Cruz. So how did you guys think their level of defense? Was it 60-40, 50-50, 49-51?
Like defensively, I'm a say it was so close that I want to say 50-50, but I gotta say at least 55-45 Cruz, you know, because Cruz really showed a level of technician. That put it like this, Cruz was responding, and that's really why he lost to me. Like he didn't run the show. He was responding to Muratalla's work. Right?
Yeah.
If Muratalla dare touch him, he's gonna get it back. He's an Olympian. He knows how to, keep that point going. You're like, oh, you got a point? I'm gonna get 2 points. I'm gonna get 1 point. Like you're not gonna touch me and I don't respond. But he's not doing more than that. And to me, you got to take it from the champion. I don't think you should match the champion's output. I think you got the,
You cut out.
Dang, my bad. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You cut out during the champion's output when you was making that statement.
Yeah, I'm just saying how you have to outmatch the champion. You can't just match the champion stride for stride. You have to outstride him.
Yeah, that's the what you're speaking to, in my opinion, is the reactive versus proactive. So if it was more time when he chose to be first, instead of like, oh, you hit me once, I'm gonna give you these 3, but he has the more impactful blows. Then you had to have times where you were more proactive than reactive, and I think somebody should have picked up on this. They you can say that Muratalla, just like at the end of the fight, people steal rounds at the last 30 seconds, but then people still fights with the championship round, like you spoke to. I think somebody should have picked up on the fact that you're doing a lot in the first minute and 30, Andy, but then you letting him take over, or I guess I don't know if you deciding to rest a little bit or be more reactive in the second half, and it's leaving the judges with more of a weighted, like a recency bias, because Muratalla is closing out. Like he's coming. Andy did it a couple times in the round that he won, right before the championship round. But this is the big thing, y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all, the way the judges, and it's been like this for the last 3 years, 3 years and counting now, but no, actually longer, a little longer than that, like 4 years now. Judges are awarding aggression, not even effective aggression, more than they're awarding defense. Like it's almost like they don't care that you made him completely whiff. They don't care that you had him all on the ropes and swing, because we seen this when Tamir Smalls fought that dude that fought Jaleel Hackett. Dude beat him. I mean, he dropped, I think he dropped him, or he rocked him a couple times, but like dude's defense was so, like his footwork and his defense was so, he had dude whiffing and everything. He got no credit for none of that. So they are awarding aggression, not effective aggression, more than they're awarding defense in most cases, because you're trying to make the action. That's what they're awarding, but that's not how the criteria is supposed to be scored.
Exactly. Like there's no such thing as sweet science.
That's what I told my lady, that Calico. I said, baby, I was like, man, they ain't even awarding the sweet science. Cause look, this, like, I ain't gonna lie, I put this up. I don't know if y'all was here earlier. I put this up earlier. I would have got this. But to me, Jesse Hart, when you look at statistics, and I know that don't mean anything, but Jesse Hart outworked him, outlanded him, and he did the sweet science because he's not a knockout artist. Khalil Cole, he plotted for it, he brought the pressure, but at times he was whiffing, but then sometimes he had the more impactful blows. So they didn't award the sweet science because he was making Khalil miss. He outworked him statistically. He outworked him. He outlanded him. He had the more effective punches. I guess they didn't award ring generalship because, like, Khalil was pushing the actor. So that's the tricky one. Ring generalship is like, when I want to come forward, I'm gonna come forward. Like what? I'm gonna give you an example. When this right here. This guy right here on the left. He shows that when this is the ring generalship right here. When he chose to go forward, he was effective. He could do whatever he wanted. When he chose to go southpaw, he was effective. He could do whatever he wanted. Fulton had to react. When he chose to be on the back foot for a little bit, he could do whatever he wanted. He controlled it. So at any point in time, whatever he wanted to do, he could do it. So the X factor in all the judging is who they're going to give the ring generalship to. Because I thought it was like you being able to like control the action. Like, yeah, if I want to stand in the middle and not let you do whatever you're going to do, then cool. If I want to get on the back foot, cool. If I want to pressure, cool. I got more control in those instances. So I think that's the question mark, the ring generalship.
And I think they would only count ring generalship as probably whoever's going forward at the very moment. You know,
which is wild for a back foot fighter. Because Tank will fuck you up.
Exactly.
You fuck around and go in there and be all hot and heavy on like remember what happened with Cruz?
Yep, roll it.
That I think is the equalizer in where certain things are never applied when it comes down to a fighter like Tank, because he can fight you on the back foot, lull you into a sense of security that you think you're hitting him with crazy shots that are fucking with him, and then he just unleashes that thunder on you, boom, and you just like laying on the ground twitching because you just got the shock of your life.
Mm-hmm.
With certain fighters, when it comes down to the judges, as we go all the way back to that Oshaki fight, there was one thing I noticed, and I immediately felt that when I watch some of my favorite cooking shows, when I watch, Ink Masters and things like that, a lot of these competition shows, you got judges who are fans of a certain thing. Certain judges just like the guy who's bringing the fight, whether they know what effective aggression is or they even give a fuck about effective aggression. To them, you could read the literal definition of something, but you put 10 people in the same room and you have them read the literal definition and you tell them, okay, what is the definition of this word? You'll get damn near 10 different interpretations of what the fuck you just read, and it's like, you just read the literal definition, and now you're giving me your interpretation of this definition. No one here repeated damn near verbatim what the literal definition of that word is. You all gave me your opinion and your interpretation of it, how you see it. So in this era, we see that across the board in different discussions, no matter what it is. People literally see the information, know the information, and then instead of just dealing with that, they'll give you their interpretation. Or, oh no, this is how I see it. I see it like this. And it's like, how? When this says blank, blank, blank. 1 + 1 = 2. But you trying to tell me, no, depending on how it's written, 1 and 1 is actually 11. And unless you can meet them on that same playing field that say, okay, I see your rationality. You're telling me 1 and another 1. You put them shit side by side and ask me, what do I see? I will not see the number 2. I will see at the very least the number 11. So now you're fucking with me and trying to argue semantics. The fuck out of here. And if people don't have that insight, then these type of narratives take control. So the judges could see what they want, but they can see the rules. But if they're these type of people that start to interpret and put their own spin on what is just apples to oranges, then we're going to get these weird ass scorecards like the 118 to 110 in this fight. And then everybody's all the guys that just want to make drama and find a new way to bring in people for views and likes and shit like that, they're going to be the ones who then turn around and say, yeah, was Andy Cruz robbed because that one card right there? I don't know. The business of boxing just robbed Andy Cruz. and they're gonna harp it on that one scorecard. And that's where I'll land at.
Word. Calico, what's your take on ring generalship?
Like I feel like a novice shouldn't even have, a say so, right? Because when we talk about those judges, they should be the most experienced, and they should be able to tell that a guy is winning on that back foot, and that should be considered ring generalship. They should see when a guy is winning on the front foot, and that should be ring generalship. But if a guy is, it's just like we always speak on, like what is it, effective punching. It's not just the fact that you got to punch in. Was it effective? So it's not just the fact that you're, on the front foot. It has to be thoroughly effective. Like you being on the back foot, you can't be getting caught with punches left and right. Then you're just a wimp who's trying to get away from somebody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like this is not skill involved. This is like fear involved. So they have to understand the ring generalship, and like a lot of guys might plod forward because this guy has punched him up in the face and hurt him so bad that his pride is sending him forward. His pride is like, take me out, but he's food. But they'll still look at it like, well, he won that round. He was coming forward. No, this guy was Frankenstein that round. And somehow he made it to the bell. That's all it was. But yeah, it's levels.
What you think, Dev?
Yeah, man, I agree with all y'all, man. I definitely think Muratalla had effective aggression for sure. Some of the defense that Andy Cruz was displaying, especially early in that fight and early in the rounds, man, it was incredible. Like when the fight was over, I still said to myself, I thought Cruz was the more skillful fighter. But I have no problem with Muratalla getting the edge in that fight. I could see it go either way, but I left watching that fight thinking Cruz he showed more skill in that fight, if it means anything. But as far as the aggression goes, I agree with all of y'all. That's the type of aggression I thought Brian Norman was coming with against Devin.
You took the words out of my mouth. Oh my God.
That's the type of aggression I thought they was coming with. That's the type of aggression his pops was talking before the fight. Like they coming to him.
That's what we all thought. That's what we all thought. I thought that too.
And I'm sure it was, but it wasn't. The skill didn't match.
Yeah. And then you talk about the direction. Then you talk about the direction of the corner to get you back on track.
Exactly.
To understanding what we worked on in the gym. We have to now start. Yeah, you went down. You good now? Now you know how fucking hard this motherfucker hit. Now, take your time, get your head clear, take a round off. After this round, I'm gonna ask you how you feel, and then we're gonna get back to the game plan to where you start to apply that proper aggression. You're gonna use your body presence, the fear of your power, but you're also gonna use smart foot pressure. He didn't tell him like that.
I swear that fight was everything we thought the Haney and Norman fight was gonna be.
Yeah. At the end of the day, yeah. That's exactly what we all thought it was gonna be, but he got popped and there was no effective nothing coming back, and he was just lost for about four and a half to almost 5 rounds. So, I look
and the Cruz really don't know how to stand on them, like step on the punch. But basically, he don't hit like a black man.
No, I was gonna say it like this. In Andy Cruz professional training and stuff like that, he hadn't had that look of a real high level pressure fighter and knowing how to keep that pressure fighter. If we want to use an example of how Shakur made his adjustment and took the pressure high volume puncher and brought him to the center. and stayed in the center. Because the first few times he backed him up from the center. Andy met him in the center and then started to do his thing. But he couldn't sustainably keep that on, because I think his professional career so far, what they say is you're gonna do what you've always done as a professional. And right now, that I got you, now I'm gonna back off and let you come into me and go back to fighting off the back foot and being a counter puncher and just me scoring points. I don't think Bozy can actually, I'm not gonna say I don't think, he just did not see these little nuances as opposed to being a great coach. So Andy could have applied it, but Bozy didn't give him the direction to apply it to where it was effective.
Yeah,
So,
I think.
that's where I was gonna land it.
I think, man, it's the Matador thing, man. It's like when you look at a Matador, they standing there holding that red flag or whatever. They're not running all the way backwards while the bull is going and then turning. They standing there, they letting it come and they're timing it. You know what I'm saying? So I think Andy probably could, and it goes back to what somebody said earlier today. Somebody on here said, turning them. Like when you turn him and then when he turn, like, because if you're there and you're turning him, he got to make an adjustment when he turned. But I did hear Tiger and them say that Muratalla did a good job when Andy did turn, like not really letting him do everything he wanted to do. But I think that's where it comes to where Andy Cruz got to realize that that's his opportunity to punch the dude, because speed, that speed, if he's accurate, that's how people, that's like Floyd. He kind of showed that a little bit with Diego Corrales. Like it was that speed and that timing. Like because Floyd, he was more dangerous earlier on, right before he turned into Money May. But like when he was turning and landing them shots, that shit was coming so hard and so swift that it's sending a signal to the brain. That's the sweet signs that we got to get down, because we just got hit with some shit. It was the speed and the timing. And he was turning into that shit. Like that's what Andy got to do. When he got more Muratalla turn, he got to work on his punch selection. Like, okay, I got him turning, so he can't punch right now, so I got to be punching then. And that's when because he's not going to turn into. Yeah, he might get better with the punching. This one might show him, might teach him a little bit. He might learn a little bit from that, but he's not going to be. He is what he is. Like I don't think he's going to get much bigger because of his age, and I don't think he's gonna be. It's like trying to ask Devin to be a puncher. He's not like a puncher. Like some people get it naturally. So I think that's what it is. But let me read this real quick, and y'all can have it. Ring generalship in boxing is strategic control of ring space, pace, and action, where a fighter dictates the tempo, forces opponents into favorable positions, and dominates the center of the lead the fight. Dominate the center to lead the fight. So I don't know if they're considering all of that stuff. I think that they're just rewarding aggression and not so much defense. I think if you have more aggression, then that's going to overshadow some people's defense. That's just because we've seen this. Like I seen this with damn near every Navarrete fight, to where it's like this dude is wild as fuck. He's throwing 1,000 punches. Williams Zepeda, he's not as wild, but he can't get wild, but it's just aggression. I've seen it with that Conceição versus that's why I asked that T.O. Shakur question versus this fight if it happens, because I remember the night when Shakur fought Artem. Moses said, "Hey man, you seen what they did to Oshaki earlier?" He's like, "Man, do what you gotta do. Get rid of this dude, man." And because Oshaki was a Teflon Don. Conceição was aggressive, but he wasn't landing. So, and they awarded him for that. Like when they pickpocketed him before he went back and got his strap again. That's they not awarding the defense so much unless you make them miss and make them pay like Floyd. Impactfully.
This is where my opinion differs, because when I look at the fight and then when they were mentioning the stats and they were all, Sergio and these other guys, they kept on bringing up the point. of it only being a one punch thrown difference in the total amount of punches, and 7 punches difference in connection. When you're looking at stats like that, effective aggression based on what you just said. So one guy is a much better counterpuncher, but the fight, the pace, and everything was actually for me, it was actually dictated by Muratalla, because he came out, he put his foot on the brakes and set the tone with the stab jabs and just that relentless pressure. That set the tone, because Andy could never do anything to slow the fight down or even turn the tide to where that pressure he was applying. He was putting Muratalla on the back foot. So in that category right there, I gave that to Muratalla damn near every round. Like, I didn't see no rounds where in that category of strategic control and things like that, I didn't see that with Andy. Andy, I forgot which one of us said it, had more of like a way of just being responsive. You were definitely more responsive. You were doing more to respond to the pressure, and that's why it set the tone for me when they said Andy's game plan was just to feel what Muratalla was going to do in the first couple of rounds, and then they're going to implement one of the game plans that they had. So that means you came into the fight giving up that first portion, and then everything else was going to be reactive.
So what needed to happen was this. He had to have more moments, like something you just said. He had to have more moments to where, like, you know how, and sometimes in the fight they was like, oh wow, we've never seen this. Now he got such and such on the back foot. So
yes.
So in the beginning, so he had opportunities, but like I said, he stopped punching. But the thing is, he had to have more notable times to where, since Muratalla came out, you know what I'm saying, like a control bull. He wasn't a bull in the china shop. It was controlled pressure. He had to have more moments where they can observe and notice that, okay, so now Muratalla, he on the back foot. Oh man, he made him change. Like, okay, so now, dang, we ain't seen this, because earlier on, like, this is a tale of two halves. And most of the time, that's when I see that decision rendered like that. When you have more moments where somebody came out with that control pressure, and then all of a sudden they on the back foot. You know what I'm saying? And the tides turn. So he had to have more moments like that.
Yeah, and that's basically where it landed down for me, because there was not one definitive moment to where we can say like the ties and front and back foot in the Pitbull Roach fight. There were definitive moments. You know what I'm saying? And we just didn't see that with that. We saw the technical side of Andy Cruz's defense, and then his ability to recover, set himself in certain positions, let them go with accurate shots, and that's what kept him in the fight and winning rounds. But for me, the effective aggression and the control of the fight, the pace of the fight, that was all Muratalla. And this is why I just felt it was even a more impressive fight. And it just shows to me that once Andy Cruz learns how to be a professional, y'all not gonna beat this dude until he retired.
Hey, put it like this: like he's the ultimate professional. But what I'm disappointed in is that, you know, he don't have a dirty bone in his body. You feel me? Like, he got to understand, being a pure boxer is not gonna he's not gonna cut it for all 12 rounds of every fight that you'll ever get into, you know. And you want to be a pure boxer, but you might have to take a page out of people like Bernard Hopkins' book, you know. Well, if you don't let him box the way he wants to box, he'll get dirty. You know what I'm saying? He'll get your motherfucking mind right and then proceed to boxing all over again, you know? because a guy like Muratalla, like probably one good elbow from my boy Cruz would have not only hurt him, but it would surprise him and others. And
Cruz caught him with some shit in a couple of them rounds, like that 6-round shot.
Like he fucked his face up.
Muratalla was
Period.
coming in and he leaned way back on one leg. I was like, oh shit, he caught him.
See, I'm just saying, like sometimes you got to be dirty. Like some fighters intentionally headbutt. Let's be honest.
Make the rep. Like a lot of them European guys, like a Nick Ball, so he might have to go in there. He like a Sam Noakes might teach him that, but like he got to get them guys from. That's one of the things. Like if all things are even, a European guy beat the shit out of somebody because they willing to get dirty. Like Nick Ball.
Yes.
That Ray Ford Nick Ball. That's a perfect example.
Yeah. You got to be. Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures,
and that's why they say make the ref do his job and shit. And T.O. kind of said he was going to do some shit. He's like, yeah, it's not dirty, but it's I'm waiting to see. But this is the other thing. Andy got to go to the body more as a professional.
Oh my God! Nobody in that fight did it. I couldn't believe it.
No,
that would have separated him. That would have separated.
I think Muratalla did the stab jab. Muratalla had the stab jab. He started off with that, and I think he did some body I saw some body work from Muratalla, but I think Andy, with not having that punching power like that, he got to deplete that to where Muratalla to be like, I can't go forward this round. I got to take a break. You know what I'm saying, this round. But it's just my opinion.
Just what I was gonna say was when Sam Noakes was brought up, out of the guys at 35, the one fight that scares me the most, I know there's Abdullah Mason, but the one fight that truly scares me the most for Andy Cruz at this moment is Sam Noakes, because Sam Noakes has that ability to take people that can normally really box and place you into a box where you're now fighting his fight just to try to keep him off of you. And he has that same type of presence and pressure that Muratalla has, but I just think he's just willing to go there with you. And to me, that to me seems like the perfect storm to beat Andy up. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep, at this moment.
Yeah, at this moment, it's like, oh, bro, you just need some more work on learning some more of the tricks of the trades of being a pro and stuff like that. And you know what I'm saying? I did like this one thing that Andy was doing to Muratalla that I don't know if a lot of people saw. It wasn't the weird holding thing where he was holding on to his glove. Muratalla Andy Cruz would be looking at Muratalla. He'd feel or had the presence of knowing he was close to the rope. So he'd fake a punch and then go down low and use his shoulder and crash his shoulder into Muratalla low and then create that exit. I was like, oh shit, he done did that shit like 3-4 times to this dude. That shit is slick as hell. You feel what I'm saying? Because the only thing I've seen that in is in like when you take certain martial arts class and they're translating some of that stuff into defending yourself in a street fight against a bigger guy. You don't have to try to punch at him. You could use just your body and you press it into him close, and that will create that space because that energy will back him up, and then you could let your hands go back, and then that exit and get the fuck up out of dodge if you got a flash. You feel what I'm saying? But I just appreciated that Andy Cruz was doing that in that fight, and I was like, wow, that I like that. I really like that.
He looked like a ninja. Like, I ain't gonna lie, if he was already the champion, he would have retained his belt, if you ask me. That's the kind of performance I saw. But, we talking about taking it from the champ. I ain't see quite enough.
But that's the same energy I hope they keep next weekend, right? Because Lopez is the champ in that scenario. So if that same type of fight happens where Lopez is stalking him, Are they going to be,
Yeah, respecting the champ.
yeah, the same
So,
logic applying. So
So this is what I believe, and I'm gonna give you all an example. I believe that it's based on like what we don't see and what we hear. It's gonna be based on the business of boxing, man, because it's whoever they want. It's whoever they want to go forward with it, and I'm gonna tell you why. In that, AC brought up that Lamont Roach and Pitbull fight. Lamont Roach, we say, oh man, we didn't expect Lamont Roach to go in there and go toe to toe. So he didn't really get. They said, oh man, he fought the wrong kind of fight while he was doing it. But to me, that's like, damn, like that's what y'all want. Y'all want to see that action. Mm-hmm. But when he had Pitbull trying to do that bullshit back foot, they didn't reward Lamont Roach. He didn't get awarded for that because it's like, damn, he got Cruz fighting a different fight. He didn't get the benefit of that because when we came on here and I asked who y'all had winning, we all said we could see how it was Roach. I said, well, I could see how it was both because of that knockdown with the glove hitting the canvas. I could see that, and then maybe at the end, you know what I'm saying, he might have kind of stole a little bit, but like I thought it was a tale of two halves where Lamont got his shit together, but they didn't award him when Pitbull got on his back foot. It was like, well, something made him get on his back foot because how rare, I ain't never really seen Pitbull on his fucking back foot. So I think it's the business. So the business said, nah, Pitbull is the more marketable guy. He got the fan base. That's Manny Pacquiao fighter. He did get the knockdown from the glove touching, and it was the business. Even though a lot of us could see how Lamont Roach, by score and by sweet science, how he won that fight. So I think it's going to be on who is the business of boxing. Who do they want to move forward? That's what I keep asking with this Teofimo and Shakur thing, because I think it matters. They drinking that Shakur Kool-Aid and he's Bud's, guy. I think a lot of that's going to come into play, unfortunately.
Yeah, because I just saw this interview with Shakur when, some watch guy came and the watch guy don't see everybody, and you know what I'm saying? They was talking about the upcoming fight and things like that, and it just seems to me everybody and their mother, I don't know if T.O. is just not making himself available because he's locked in, but it just seems as though everybody is really, really, just trying to do these Shakur interviews because they keep saying in each one of them, they mention it directly or indirectly of him supposed to be in the new thing. Bud is retired, Ward is retired. Now you're third in line. You're the third lineage in line and things like that. So that's where that's where it gets a little weird for me and stuff like that, because I'm just like, this is a bit kind of premature. You know what I'm saying? I know there's an expectation because you're supposed to be part of this lineage and stuff like that, but this guy has the tools to beat you. He has all the accolades to beat you. He's done things and fought in a manner that it will, expose those holes in your so-called flawless defense. I've heard trainers of both of the guys while they were young completely say, yeah, even though this guy is very defensively sound, he still has a straightforward, come at you straight type of style. The other guy style, he's not that defensive, but his style presents angles. So we got to see, at the end of the day, what defensive style Shakur is going to pick for Tio, and we're going to see what adjustments Tio makes to crack that defense. And that's the way I see it. What about you guys?
Man, me personally, I'm more interested in Jermaine Ortiz and Keyshawn Davis.
And why is that?
Like, I can actually see that happening, and I've never really been able to see. Like, I'm still probably not gonna believe the Tio and Shakur thing until they get in the fucking ring. I'm just saying that because I said it months ago, so I'm just gonna keep repeating it because it's it never was a fight that the people asked for, and like I don't know, man. I don't know. I just gotta see it, and I'm not even that I'm not highly interested in it, but of course I gotta see it if it happens. But I'm pretty much more interested in Jermaine Ortiz and shit talking Keyshawn Davis. I mean, to me, it's must-see TV because this guy has to perform, and I don't think he's gonna do what everybody thinks. Like a lot of people thought he was gonna knock out De Los Santos. Like, I don't think people know boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like De Los Santos, he can be dropped. He can lose. But I don't see Keyshawn with that much gumption. I can't see him doing that to a guy like De Los Santos going going unscathed. Like De Los Santos probably gonna knock your block off. You feel me? As Valenzuela. You feel me? So
I think De Los Santos is I always say this with Keyshawn, and until I'm proven otherwise, somebody got to prove me otherwise by the competition. I think that a boxer puncher better suits Keyshawn because you can entice him into a brawl, but a pure boxer like Jermaine Ortiz is gonna give him all kind of problems. And Jermaine Ortiz ain't no small dude, and he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Like this fight, it is intriguing. That's why I said when it come down to all them fights, when I said who could pull the upset and who would the boxing world be talking about, if Jermaine Ortiz is going there, and I'm talking about box the shit out of Keyshawn, maybe drop him, wobble him, hurt him, have him looking dazed and confused, have him on the back foot. Oh my gosh, man! He can write his own ticket, bro. That's why I'm interested in it too. I'm interested in the Shakur and T.O. thing because in my heart of hearts, I'm a T.O. fan. I was disappointed by him and that shit he was saying, but like for the business of boxing and like for the longevity of boxing,
we
T.O.
need
needs to
T.O.
win this fight, bro.
We do,
bro.
We do.
Y'all may. I have a weird sense about this fight with Keyshawn and Jermaine Ortiz. I'm going into this fight as if the entire floor is made of pressure landmines. Because I feel like this. Jermaine Ortiz starts to do his thing and pull away. Keyshawn gets desperate. Jermaine Ortiz drops Keyshawn. Keyshawn gets even more desperate and he just starts plotting in like we've seen him. He'll get reckless and kind of like what T.O. was doing with Kambosos that got him dropped. I could see that same type of scenario is what gets Keyshawn dropped. That's when, to me, and it keeps playing in my head over and over again, and I pray I'm wrong. That's where we see this man really, really start to go on a whole new level of crashing out. To whereas I'm kind of like seeing a disqualification. My mind is not telling me this fight is going the distance. There's gonna be some sort of fuckery in this fight, just between these two dudes. If Keyshawn gets ahead, then we're just gonna see a fight. Jermaine Ortiz starts to get ahead, that's when I'm gonna be like, oh man, now I got hell. I'm not even gonna sit down because I'm just gonna stand up because I'm just gonna be expecting something crazy to happen.
Get the security ready.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part that I'm just like, I don't know, because you're too hyper. You're too, there's just too much energy for you to say, where are you trying to tell us and sell us where you are in this newfound, holiness and stuff like that. But we're looking at situations to whereas, you could be hyped for your homie Zaquan and everything, but when your hype for Zaquan win was nothing compared to your hype, and you running over hugging dudes and saying it's done, it's over, it's done. You can clearly see you, and your man that you went over there was like, it's a wrap now. That shit is done. Why were y'all saying stuff like that when Andy Cruz lost? And he wasn't beat up. He wasn't knocked out. He wasn't stopped. It was a hell of a close fight.
It looked good at the end of the fight too. His face, he just had a little blemish.
Yeah. So
what you think about this stuff, Dev? Like we want to hear your boxing mind too, man.
Yeah, man. Listen, y'all cooking on it, man. Y'all cooking on it. I agreed. I think we've chopped on this subject a few times, man. I mean, I think that fight is gonna come down to I think AC, you brought it up. What type of defense is Shakur bringing? Is he bringing the step back, or is he gonna bring that Andy Cruz? You know, that Zepeda when he was on the ropes with Zepeda. Like, is he gonna actually show a defensive clinic, make T.O. miss, make him pay, or is he gonna be very cautious with his offense and his output?
But what
It really just go ahead. My fault.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's really what it come down to. Because I'm a big T.O. fan too, man. I just watched the fight he had with Magdalena at 35 on his come up, man. Like that version of him to me, man, he was breaking shit. I just don't know how confident I am in T.O. to cut the ring off on Shakur if Shakur decides to play step back. I just don't see him catching him.
Yeah, you don't got that kind of speed.
But if Shakur's like, you know what, I'm gonna put on the show and show why, like you mentioned, I'm the Ward, Crawford next in line. I think T.O. he has a chance, a good chance in my opinion. So that comes down to, and I hate to say it, it really just comes down to how Shakur want to approach his defense, man. Because I done seen some great performances by Shakur, and I didn't fell asleep on a few. Then I had to wake up and rewatch what I missed. So, and I got to jump in a bit, but I wanted to ask everybody, with this fight, right? Let's talk about the camps. Do you think psychologically this gives the Garcia camp just a little bit more confidence in prepping the game plan for Virgil when he faced Boots? Or Boots is just a totally different fighter, even though he is. But do you think this kind of, okay, we put together a nice game plan for a Bozianis fighter?
Oh,
very slick. Virgil, could we put something together for Virgil for Boots? Or is it just the styles it's just too much? Boots is just a different level.
Bro.
Go ahead, D. Calico.
Please, I'm gonna say, bro, whoa. Yeah, that was a great question too. And we already know the best fighter in that whole stable is Virgil Ortiz. So to see
even over Bam?
Of course not. And my bad on that level. But but still, he's still the big dog of that, group of fighters.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And Virgil is definitely above Muratalla. You feel me? And I'm sure if he can just be Virgil and do his greatest Muratalla impersonation, which he does in his sleep. If he can really do it as disciplined as Muratalla did, man, it would be the exact same fight.
The issue for me is I view Muratalla as a better fighter and more athletic than Ortiz.
But who's more relentless?
Yeah, and he has that ability to do the pressure but not leave himself open. When Virgil applies his pressure, sometimes
Muratalla's face didn't show that.
No, because he's an easily bruised person. But what I'm saying is this: Boots doesn't have the abilities that Andy Cruz has. You feel what I'm saying? So when we're looking at it,
and vice versa.
Yeah, and when we're looking at it, it's like, okay, if I'm gonna compare stylistically these two type of fighters that's pressure fighters, honestly, Ortiz would be a C level dude, Muratalla is definitely an A-level dude. Or possibly he gives me another performance like that against another great boxer. I'm going to put him in the category of some of the elite guys that were elite pressure fighters. Even though they have losses and stuff like that, they were still elite at that pressure. They controlled.
I give his pressure a B. I give his pressure a B, A minus, A minus.
Who,
But
Muratalla?
but Virgil's pressure is always an A.
Now I don't see it, because at the end of the day, you applied that pressure and Bakaram did you dirty. I mean, Boachuk did you dirty.
Yeah, that was that was the one. That was the one.
Yeah. So,
but the way he got up off the canvas is what was even more impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you got off the canvas.
That's what you want to see in a fighter. Like, even if that's a Boots fight, even if Boots knock him down, if he getting up like that, bro, hey, I would watch that a trillion.
All of what I'm saying,
I would watch that 3 times, man, for real.
All of what I'm saying is this: when I looked at, and I'll always bring this issue up, because I clearly see Virgil beating Boots if he adopts this type of style. You know what I'm saying? Because even in the Zaquan Moses fight, the little Argentina dude brought that to him. Even with Jamel Charlo versus Castano had success with it.
Yeah, he won the first fight.
It's that Maidana like pressure, to where is once you get the guy on the rope, you make the ref work. That dude try to create that exit, you just grab your arm and you sling him back in, and you throw those punches everywhere and often. You're not just doing what Zepeda did by just hooking wild punches. Maidana punches, even though they looked like they was all over the place, he was calculated because he saw the opening. He'll go low a couple of punches, you drop that low punch, he'll come right over the top, bang, catch you. Now you go high again, now he's low. You feel what I'm saying? Once he gets you on the body and you want to protect one side too much, it leaves a high hook that's coming at you. Bang! Look at how he broke Adrian Broner down. How he frustrated and flustered Floyd Mayweather. One of the few fighters we actually can say beat Floyd Mayweather up. Even though he won that fight, you still got beat the fuck up, homie. And that's why Floyd wanted to rematch him. So that style right there is like the consummate boxer's kryptonite if you're not poised and things like that, and you just didn't expect it. What I'm saying? It's good for the first round. The second round, that shit ain't gonna work.
Let me say this, man. I thought it was interesting that Abbas Baru said that Virgil, he got Virgil beating Boots, and I was like, interesting, because I be listening to like Mr. Gary Russell when he say stuff. I heard Abbas say this, but this is what I think. I'm already of the ilk that we've seen Boots against this style, and Virgil, only 2 people made it, but then we seen what Boachuk did. I think that if you a bull with Boots, that's what he want. If you'll come forward flat-footed puncher, he obliterated Villa, because it's like he know how to play that role. He wants you to come at him. It's like he ain't gotta do no work. The people that give him problems are the people with the lateral movement that can turn. That's why Karan gave him so many issues. You know what I'm saying? I think that Virgil is probably a better version of Stanionis. Not as much. Well, yeah, at times he can have as much output as Stanionis, but I don't think Stanionis hit. He hit, but I don't think he hit hard as Virgil. And Romain Villa, he got some nice power, but like I don't think that he's that well put together. I think he's like one-dimensional a little bit. But this flat-footed come forward fighter, we've seen Boots obliterate this style. I think that's tailor-made for Boots. But the only thing is that Virgil will go to that body, and you can't hide that. So if his power is really like what his resume say and what his record say, because he was stopping everybody, and this is his 3rd division, 40, 47, 54. That's the only caveat. You know what I'm saying? And we seen Boots, that was a unification, so he didn't have that rehydration. We seen him at 54, and how the size and the power, it ain't gonna be no rehydration on this. I think that I kind of got Boots running away with this shit, and I want to see him against somebody that got some feet, man. That's just my opinion, but it's interesting that Abbas said that he got Virgil. Somebody else said it too. Another big coach. But what y'all think?
Man, I think, and I'm gonna jump off after this. I appreciate you letting me up here, buddy. I will say this. I don't think. Don't be surprised if Boots welcomes one of those tire wheel fight. You know how they put their foot in the tire and you on the inside all night.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if Boots approaches it that way too. Like, you ain't the big dog here. I could see that happening as well. Boots is nice on the inside too. And I just think Boots, his power and his ability to turn, what we was asking Andy to do as far as, turning and keep going, I think Boots has that to his game as well. And I think he can turn Virgil. But I'm not sleeping on Virgil either. That's why I asked the question about, the psychology behind all this, and the confidence coming from that camp. Because I think Virgil watching that fight, the Muratalla fight, probably gives him a little more confidence. Like, okay, maybe we could put something together for his other guy. And hopefully they get that fight done.
Like, again, to me, it's still going to be, from as I've always watched Boots, one of my biggest complaints with Boots is people like Boots, Diego Pacheco has shown it, and he's slipping because I think this thing really, really got to him. Hamza Shiraz had shown it as well. Some of these guys that can really control distance and fight really good at mid-range and have a decent inside game, when certain fighters break their plane, their first reaction is to clinch. You feel what I'm saying? Boots, his first reaction is to clinch, but if he doesn't feel any power from you and you allow him to back up out of that clinch, the next time you come in, he's shooting that uppercut. That's one thing he does have excellent timing with, and that's the one thing that's going to knock Virgil Ortiz stupid every time, because Virgil Ortiz's pressure is always guarded, and he's always in a position of a high guard. The uppercut splits the high guard 9 times out of 10. That's why, for me, I keep going back to that tiny glimpse leading up to the knockout, that whole sequence of when he got him up against the rope, he used his shoulder and his lead leg damn near right in the center of what's the name? I can't, Laura. And he went into that Maidana style. Just started mauling them upstairs and downstairs. I hit you in the body, you bring them arms down, boom, boom, I'm throwing hooks. Then he took that half step when he created, the opening. I've softened him up. He's there now. Now I'm letting it rain on him. Bow, bow, bow. And to me, it was as simple as that. And I said, if you fight Boots like that, but you tighten it up a bit, you could possibly win. You could possibly win, because we haven't seen nobody really put that type of smart pressure on Boots. Virgil, you have smart pressure. Do you have the pressure that's at the level, again, of what I'm seeing consistently from Muratalla? No, you don't. Because I've clearly seen you get beat using your style of pressure. So,
yeah, Calico, you think Boots, what you think about it? You think Virgil gonna be able to do something with Boots?
See, I've always went for Boots, but what we were just speaking on, or what I was just hearing, that kind of dog fight, of course, would not be the right type of fight to have with Virg. And, it just opened up a can of worms like the Sam Noakes and Abdullah Mason type of thing. Like, you giving this guy a chance You know, a serious chance. It's not to say, you know, you don't have the skills to outpoint him, but to be having these kind of exchanges, man, if you do that with everybody like a Virgil, then that's gonna shorten your career. You know, eventually, you know, one of these guys will you know, take you down, because each one of them chipping away at you. You feel me? It's just like getting a trilogy with Virgil. You know, like that, he gonna keep chipping away at you. Like, even if those 3 fights don't do it, the next big fighter might do it easily. You know what I'm saying? Because of the damage that you just allowing. And you know, Boots has always been for taking one to give one. All of those things are like, you know, bad, you know, recipes in certain fights with certain fighters. Just like a Terrence Crawford. Like that's why we always kind of knew that he was a little green for Terrence, because why would you let Terrence Crawford hit you? And I see you do it with every fighter. If you do that with Terrence Crawford, it's not going to be right. You know, you're not going to end well. Even Spence, like, you know, in his heyday, you know, like, you can't just let these real OGs hit you, bro. You know, unless you have to.
But that's why for me, I'm only trying to give Virgil an absolute chance, because stylistically, you're tailor-made for Boots. Mm-hmm. Stylistically, the fight you against Boots should be as long as basically Stanionis lasted in there. You know what I'm saying? So,
I mean, this guy's tough. You know, one thing about a Mexican.
No, Virgil is.
If you can knock out a Mexican, you can knock out anybody.
Virgil is tough, but do I believe
he's never been hurt?
Do I believe Boachuk has more power than Boots? Not at all. Do I believe Boachuk has a better delivery system than Boots? Not at all. This is why I'm only saying in this situation, just using an eye test on both of these guys, you know, Virgil has basically the consummate puncher's chance, but he has to figure out the right game plan that disrupts everything that Boots does. He has to make Boots fight his fight. That has to be his game plan, because you're never ever going to beat Jerome Boots Ennis fighting Boots' game plan. It's not made for you. It's made to knock you smooth the fuck out. Yeah. Or the ref to step in and
same thing for Virgil. Same thing goes for Virgil. Like, anybody fighting his game plan is asking to get knocked the fuck out.
So at the end of the day, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. But like, all I'm saying is this: we've already seen how a lesser talent, and I'm not trying to throw any triangle theories in it, because the guy who beat you, you may not be able to beat that guy.
That's cool, because I'm going to do the same thing with
everybody. Even though
I got to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, but this guy is way more talented. You know what I'm saying? And I'm only saying it like this: I've seen you lose to a lesser fighter in Boachuk, and then I've seen Boachuk lose to a lesser fighter than Boots.
A horrible fighter.
You feel what I'm saying? So there is this thing that's right there that I don't know if I can ignore. Maybe the way your pressure is, it's the type of thing that Boots may not be adjusted to, because you do have footwork, but it's still kind of a come forward. You can show those signs, you know what I'm saying? But nobody's really tested you to do that since you really got up to 54, and most of your fights at 47. How limited they are. So at the end of the day, you're acclimating yourself to a weight class that I think that's very suitable for you and your style. Whether or not Boots, that type of style, originally shakes Boots up, I don't know. Because at the end of the day, Body keeps pointing it out. There's certain things And we're actually now seeing a consistent record of this thing now that it's been exposed. Corner for corner, you've already got one up on Bozy. Corner for corner, we've seen you give your fighter bad advice. But it's just the simple fact that your fighter is so athletic, that's what carries him. So,
hey,
I don't know.
Like I do blame it on weight when Boots was still at 147. But Karen Chigazon hurt Boots, and he hurt him on the inside, you know. And like I said, it was I do feel like it was a weight issue, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't translate well to just receiving free punches from a Virgil Ortiz, you know, or even if Virgil is just the better fighter on the inside, that doesn't bode well for Boots. If he decides to stay on the inside, he should do what's best for him, and not just in this fight, but in his career. Like sometimes you got to make career decisions. It's like saying, okay, I beat the hell out of him for 10 rounds. I'm gonna cruise on this bad motherfucker. I'm gonna take it easy on these last 2 because I know I won already. You know, like sometimes that's a business decision.
But look, I hate to say it, man, but whether he's doing it and he's in the pilot seat, the driver's seat, or if it's Eddie, they are making business decisions, Calico, because I'm gonna say this. We just found out, and I got the clip, but we just found out that Eddie, we thought when Eddie got that, he won that purse bid for the Marches Aliyev and Josh Kelly, we thought that it was like, okay, the winner. Now, by default, it is the winner, but no, they got a deal with Josh Kelly. Eddie's coming out and saying that he think that Josh Kelly can win that fight, and if so, they got that purse bid so that Boots could fight him next. Now, I'm like, hold on, that don't make no sense because that would still be the IBF, and you had the leverage to be able to, you know,
do
use
that
your belt
before.
to go in and get background. But like, why is it just specifically for Josh Kelly? That means that y'all don't want to see background. Like, I don't get that. Like, and he said, in his words, he said that would solve. So he said if Josh Kelly win, basically, that quote unquote, that would solve a lot of problems for us. I said, oh, that's a PR nightmare. Because listen, the reason why I'm so high on Boots, and Virgil is one of my, I got Boots in my intro, and he's the Mamba, but I got Virgil in my intro, and he's the Piranha. When he smell blood, he got that suffocating style. He smell blood, he getting you up out of there. Prior to Boychuk, Majimov, he didn't do that with them, but other than that, he didn't. Even though he got dropped by Green Machine, he got up and stopped it, but he stopped everybody. So I give him credit, and I think his power is a little bit different when he get cranked up. But for me, I believe that this is one of them things to where this fight is almost won. They got to fight, but it's almost won in opponent selection because they are so confident in that style. It's like if I see that, that's why I say I'm tired of the tailor-made suits for Boots. Now, I don't know if he's totally tailor-made because Virgil might be punching, but they're so confident in that style, and that's why he's going after that style. And we don't see him aggressively pursuing. Because listen, Jamel Charlo was yapping. He said, I'll take either one of y'all. Crickets. You know what I'm saying? Bakram, he had the belt. He could move up for the crickets. And they in that whole 2 tune-ups thing, it's looking like it's coming to light. And Eddie is wanting Josh Kelly, the non-puncher, boxer, you know what I'm saying, instead of Bakram, the boxer puncher. I'm like, they are confident with this Virgil. That's why they went down there. We ain't seen it. It's just like when we be hearing Shakur saying, yeah, I was chasing Williams to pay for 3 years. I'm like, yeah, because that's the style, you know, caters to you. And that's why he's going up here for T.O. because he believes that that's the style, but it's up to T.O. to show, nah, you bit off more than you can chew. So I'm just confident that Boots and them, they just know that style is tailor-made because it looked like they are making business decisions for this man. I'm like, Eddie is either fucking up his career or Boots is too quiet. You know?
See, I feel like people want a lot of money when it comes to a Boots fight. You know.
Can you blame them, bro? But hold on. Can you blame them? Because I heard that. Can you blame them though? They not getting in there for no Lunchable and no motherfucker Capri Sun. You know what I'm saying? Like because Boots.
Yeah, that's why Eddie Hearn is bad for Boots. Eddie Hearn is bad for Boots because he's not gonna pay the money that the opponents desire. You know, and deserve. For real.
So when I look at this, does Virgil have that Madonna punch? You know what I'm saying? Do he have that punch? Because I've seen him. That wasn't it when he did it to Lubin. That's not that Madonna punch. That's that dude. That dude did it to Zaquan for a second. He got one or two off, but that's that Nick Ball, Madonna, that overhand, that wild ass shit. That Cruz, Pitbull Cruz. He beautiful with that shit. Like, do he got that punch? That shit that almost land in the back of your head when you in that armadillo style and you
he do.
Do he got it?
Yeah, he hit Lubin with one of them motherfuckers. You know, he definitely got it. What I'm saying, you know, like he definitely bring his lunch pail to work. You know, he a true Mexican style warrior. You know, I would say it's the best Mexican style, but there is a guy named Bam Bam. There is a guy named David Benavidez. You know, but barring those names, like he's bringing that proper aggression that truly represents that Mexican style. You know, and then he got a lot more thump than 95 or 98, 99% of all Mexicans. You feel me? So he's something different. And anybody who can get over that hurdle will be a Mexican nightmare. And that might be, you know, Boots sentence. For sure.
But how do you interpret this thing we said about Eddie, man? Because people they get kind of quiet when we bring this up, and I'm like, hey, we on the outside looking in, but we've been calling it. It's like, is Eddie fucking them up, or are they being selective with their opponent?
Eddie Hearn want to be the white Bob Arum. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wants the greatest fighters. That's why Haney had to leave. Because Haney literally wants to fight the best. If you want to fight the best, you can't be with Eddie Hearn.
But see, this what happens. Somebody come out the blue like Leon Paro and upset the Sabril. So it could happen to where, you don't put him in them big fights, and then somebody creep up on you that you might not have been up for, or they did something different in the style. Because this is what Bozy and them always say. Oh, they don't watch the film and shit, and I understand it because that's a philosophy. Some people don't. They say I'm gonna prepare for myself, but they say they don't watch it because everybody fight Boots different. So I'm like, you get it because Karan showed it. He showed in the first fight, he was styling on that man. I was like, damn, y'all don't, all of y'all sweet science motherfuckers, shut the fuck up, because I'm the only one that appreciates sweet science. I show how many times he hit Boots statistically, and I said, yeah, Boots was in there whiffing. The second fight, he stood there. You know, and so they fight different. Like, so, you know, the people fight different.
Exactly.
But if you talk about, you know, what kind of what you just said, it brings me to Anthony Joshua versus Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz, pretty much, people knew how dangerous he was, but when he was the late replacement, AJ about to knock this little pudgy Pillsbury Doughboy the fuck out. And Ruiz was like, not tonight, it ain't happening. And Ruiz put on in my opinion, incredible performance. So when you look at how they dismantled that situation, how you dismantled AJ in that situation, if you move your guy a bit too cautious and you try to sell us that these lightweight, D-level fighters are these world-class fighters, like Eddie's always saying, Usama Lema, he's a world-class fighter. This is why Boots only fights the elites, because he's always in there with world-level champions. And it's just like, Eddie, we don't believe you about that shit about Usama Lema. You feel what I'm saying? So when you kind of look at, okay, you're an amazing talent. but who have you seriously, legitimately faced that's anywhere like what we just saw last night? A Zepeda versus this. Shakur's getting ready to go up against Tio. Dev versus Brian Norman. Bam. Benavidez fighting Anthony Yard. You know what I'm saying? These dudes is going out here, taking their career by the horn and saying, listen, I want the big motherfucking fight. The big fight may not be the biggest name. So let's not do that. Let's not play that game. You dudes is telling us you want the biggest fights, but in all reality, you just want to fight the biggest name. Now, sometimes the biggest names ain't facing the competition that we think they should be facing. This is why they're trying to sell us that this Virgil versus Boots fight is the biggest fight of 2026. But guess what? Since the Turk backed out of it, the business of boxing is telling you guys that this fight isn't shit if you guys want to try to make this shit now.
You stole
there is no money in it.
You stole my thunder, AC.
Oh, my bad, bro. My
damn
bad.
You know, I was gonna ask D Calico because this is a simple question. Is the Boots versus Virgil fight that big? Because Turkey, they trying to say dates, and it go back to what Robert Garcia said when they turned down that second time. Because Boots turned down an offer when he was at 47 saying, I want undisputed. He turned that down. It was a turkey bag for Virgil. You know what I'm saying? Eddie tried to say they made it at 47 and changed it to 54. And Boots was like, nah. So I'm like, okay, we give him a reprieve because, yeah, he went on to unify. This go around, they saying Virgil is ducking. But Eddie is trying to say that since the Turkey ain't gonna fund it because of the activity they got in January and February. So Turkey ain't doing it. So that's one indicator. It's not a big fight because Turkey will put that bag up for what he wants. I'm like, okay, so that's one indicator that's anti. It's not a big fight because Turkey ain't footing the bill because he said, you want two tune-ups, you want the big fight, holler at me. He ain't got the bread for Virgil and Boots. That's one thing. The other thing is Robert Garcia said they already got a venue in March. Here go Eddie the other day, a couple days ago. Yeah, because we already got a venue in March and we're looking to get them back on in March. And I'm like, yeah, but you tied Oscar in them hands by playing that part, because if you already had a venue, that leaves Oscar without no say. That's like, yeah, we the A-side, you come do this. And I'm like, I don't know if you can put Boots into that spot. So my question is that a big fight or that's just a fight people want to see?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what the people want. So I feel like any fight, damn, I feel what you're saying there. As far as being a massive, lucrative fight.
Because look, because AC be bringing this up. He be saying, listen, all you gotta do is listen to what Eddie be saying. Eddie said it'll be a big fight when they both got belts. Neither one of them got belts. I was like, and then Oscar looking at it like, why am I gonna risk my guy? You know what I'm saying? And he's in the catbird seat for that WBA, is it the A? Yeah, I think he in the catbird seat for Fundor's belt, which is the WBC. I'm sorry, yeah, because Abaku got it. Well, I'm in the catbird seat and I got he be saying other options. Okay, some of that's like, it sounds duckish because we just want to see the fight. But yeah, like, y'all, you see what I'm getting at? Like,
yeah, I ain't gonna lie, like me personally, like I've always wanted for both of them to unify all of the belts at 154, in a big matchup, winner take all, undisputed.
So Eddie will tell us that Boots and them and Oscar and them ducking, but then say it's a big fight when they both got belts and neither one of them got belts. But you didn't use your leverage. You jumped up a day before Brian Norman and jumped up to 54. Like, what's happening? They're like, hold on, we didn't know you was doing that. You remember last time we talked to you, you said nah because you about to undispute, and then you just jump up here the day before Brian Norman fight. At least want to stop our plans, what we had in motion. We know the business don't work like that. And then with y'all trying to come in like, yeah, I'm the A side, and yeah, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm like, Oscar, I said, y'all, I be pointing the crosshairs at Eddie. I point the crosshairs at Oscar. I said they're two of the same. They just do it totally different. Eddie, he'll promote the shit out you. He'll say you the best thing since sliced bread, bloke. And Oscar, he just be falling asleep at the wheel and saying, listen, I know my guys. Look at my track record because he actually boxed. The people give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, they both kind of be full of shit sometimes, and they both be keeping their people on the motherfucking stool. Like sometimes, like it's like they keep them back, they holding them back, and with Boots, the clock is ticking on Boots. You know what I'm saying? Eddie is fucking this man up. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want it to get misconstrued. Like we just be shitting on Boots. We know that you a Ferrari. We want to see you against the Lamborghinis. All that posturing and all that making everybody look like a duck. You know what I'm saying? Like that's over. You just got to get Boots this fight, man. Get him the big fights so we can see it.
Yeah. And what I don't like is you can mention good names, and then it's that, oh, but what has he done? Who has he fought? Well, at the end of the day, if Boots was willing to fight Brian Norman, then we cannot, that argument is done.
But if Jamel, but listen, AC, if Jamel is out here saying, listen, I'll take either one of y'all. Like when he got in there, he obliterated Lima. Everybody he called out said responded right away.
Yeah.
Like everybody, Bakram, you know what I'm saying? He came right out. Jamel came right out because he said that Cub. And like Jamel has been, he got a lot of publicity for like a week. And he was saying, listen, Eddie, holler at me. Everybody clown said, I thought you were PBC. I'm like, man, y'all be missing the point. Jamel Charlo, the former, my guy, one of my top 3, he said, let's get it on. Nobody unstrapped that man. He was undisputed at 150. He just recently came back out and said, I'll get with both of y'all. And that's not even a big fight. But when somebody else was long in the tooth, like everybody was gunning for Adrian Broner. But everybody was gunning for these Pedraza type motherfuckers. But Jamel, who ain't none of that, he lost to motherfucking Tony Harrison in a slight pickpocket, maybe arguable, whatever. And then he jumped up and lost to Canelo. At 54, he went through the ring. He might have got a draw. He came back and stopped, just like I think that was Terry Norris, I believe. Everybody who he came back and rematch, he stopped.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's like, Terry. But yeah, it's no haps. What about that, D Calico? How do you see the Jamel thing?
Oh, as far as how nobody wants no smoke.
How Boots, like he keeps saying when Boots beat Lima, he came out and was like, "What's happening?" You know what I'm saying? And because he said that Cub, he said, "What's happening?" They ain't say nothing. Just recently he came back out and said, I'll take, since that Virgil stuff ain't going, I'll take either one of y'all. It's been nothing.
Yeah, because this is somebody.
Virgil was ducking. Why y'all won't holler at Jamel?
Bro, it's like being the NCAA's best talent. And you've been watching the Anthony Edwards or back in the days the Kobe's. You feel me? And now you in the big leagues with these guys, and you still trying to talk smack to NBA players, but you trying to talk to the ones that just came in the league like yourself. Wow, you got Kobe over here saying, fight me. You know what I'm saying? I play you motherfucking one-on-one. Y'all keep talking all that shit to each other. Shit, I'm the one-on-one king. You feel me? And they just ignoring Kobe. Like he ain't saying nothing. Kobe like, hello. You feel me? Like shit, I got a ball right here. Ain't nobody. Hey, anybody want some? You feel me? And that's how it's looking like, because they already know about him. When they was at 147, they probably were scared of him. I'm gonna be honest with you. Jamel Charlo was the motherfucking man when they was at 147. Destroying shit, undisputed. Like nobody can beat him twice. I'm telling you.
At the end of the day, I look at it like this. I think many people miss the fact that Mel, if it wasn't the Virgil fight, he was at one of these recent fights, and Eddie Hearn walked past him, and that's when he was with Conor Benn. So whatever that fight was, where Eddie Hearn was
that Virgil Lubin?
Yeah. So you see him with Conor Benn, and they walk by, and you see Mel shout him out. Eddie goes over and stops and talk to him, and he's basically telling him, "Yo, set up some shit. I'm available. What's really good?" After this, give me after the winner of this, let me fight the winner of this. Eddie's like, yeah, we'll call you. So that was addressed to Eddie Hearn. And he was like, yeah, I did speak to Mel Charlo. Mel Charlo, he was like, Mel Charlo is definitely an option and stuff like that. But he's basically saying Boots versus Mel is not going to happen. That's not the direction that they're going in. They don't want that smoke. Yeah. You feel what I'm saying? Anything but that. So it's as clear as when he said, it's pretty much as clear as when he said, basically, Boots versus Conor Ben is not going to happen. I'm not going to put him in with that type of talent. You feel what I'm saying? So that Virgil will probably be more likely to fight Mel or Earl than Boots is. And that goes to say, again, here's another one of these situations that it's a big name, also a tough out. The only underlying condition is how long the dude been out the ring. You feel what I'm saying? But to have that name on your belt,
that belt on your wall, yeah.
It's like, bro, why are y'all not seeing that Mel versus Boots is like, bruh, that's Boots' breakout fight right there. That's the shit that to the boxing, whoever, and now you can sell this dude as somebody who did it, because that champion did it from the mud, belt by belt, all the way to his lineal belt.
It's real. Yeah.
Yeah, so and I get this. They always bringing up that, because I don't like the inactivity and all that, and somebody coming back. But I'm like, listen, man, who am I to get between it? If he asking and calling for it, he grown, he the pro. I'm not gonna get in the way of that shit, because listen, I'm already gonna give out. I'm gonna give y'all some cliff notes. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give y'all some cliff notes out there if you listening. Deontay Wilder fought Tyson Fury when that man was 3 years on the couch, overweight, out of shape, history of drug usage. He pulled him up and they fought, bro. So if Jermell Charlo, the undisputed, the pelt in the wall, the one that everybody was saying they wanted to see Bud and Mel, I wanted it. Even after the Canelo loss, when Mel lost. And I had to go at my own guy and say, listen, that's not your fight style. I know the numbers. You didn't do your body work. You didn't impose your will. Offense was your key to victory. You stayed on the back foot and did all that lateral movement. That's not your style. You know, so all of that, I dug in his ass, right? I still wanted to see him and Bud. So the Boots only fans, the Beehive, they be saying, Bud, he didn't do this, did that. Bud and them say, oh, well, you duck, you got out of line. Fuck all of that. It's a pelt on the wall because everybody was gunning for Adrian Broner. He would have been a good pelt in the wall, knowing he was long in the tooth, adverse history. Mel Charlo was the undisputed champion. He lost to Canelo Alvarez. Nobody unstrapped him. He wants to smoke with the young phenom from Philly. But y'all saying Bud wouldn't do it, but here you got an instance where a legend, current legend, former undisputed, is calling your name, and that pour just too hot. It don't make sense, y'all.
Nope.
Yep.
It'll never make sense, so I know it don't make dollars. So, as you know, that's the way I look at that, and this is why, a lot of part of me looks at this guy's situation as different than other people.
Hey, if I could bring up another fighter, that came back off a layoff. And my boy Keith Thurman put it on Mario Barrios after all those years off,
Yes, sir.
And then he took more years off, and every time he come back, he's still kicking ass. So it just makes some fighters even more dangerous because they still as good as they used to be.
Look, Tevin Farmer, something that I suggested that Mr. Gary Russell might have to do. My man Apple Scrapple. I said, look at Tevin Farmer. Was he former 3-time? He came back and he went through the ringer. He came back. Because let me do something. He came back and took Muratalla the distance. Looked good. He was a little, out of shape or whatever. I don't think he was conditioned like that. He spoke to it, but he pushed it to the limit, got out edged, and then he went and fought Williams and Pater. Dropped him. He really won that fight. He got robbed in the point on the decision because of the business of boxing. And then the last time that didn't look too good. He took a lot of body work. Zapata was like a shark, you know what I'm saying, who smelled blood. And but Tevin Farmer came back off the couch and got with the young bloods. Jamel Charlo want to do the same thing, but that porridge is too hot. There's so many examples, y'all, and I'm glad D Calico, you fit right in with AC and the crew to 300 because these are the uncomfortable conversations we gotta have. And I'm like, man, are you being selective with your opponents, or are you really that guy? Are you the second coming of Roy Jones?
You feel me?
What I'm saying? Are you the same ilk as Roy and the rest of the room with Bud now and Floyd and Andre Ward? Like, if you the second coming, let's do it. Like, why is the porridge too hot? The porridge too cold. He want too much money. Negotiate. So he's too inactive. But I mean,
and this is why for me, when we was on that other joint, Calico, I was like, I believe fighters when they say something. I have no choice to believe you. The second half of that me believing you is now, you gotta show me that the shit you just said is the shit you really about to do. And if you don't do that, I'm gonna cook you. I don't give a fuck if I'm your number one fan. I'll believe you what you say, but I'm always gonna watch what you do. This is why I could not pick Dev in a Brian Norman fight. You feel what I'm saying? This is why I look at certain fights and people may say, no, you hate. No, I'm a fan of this dude. But lately, the shit he been saying is not what he's been doing. Oh, then you did now you co-signing. I'm not hating on the dude. I'm just telling you that's one of my main criteria to deal with anybody in life. From my girlfriend, even to how I raise my kids. You can't talk about it if you ain't being about it.
And he affiliate, and people be saying, oh, well, it's Eddie and this, but it's like, man, to a certain extent, yeah, but no, because you chose that way. All the smoke at 54, a lot of them was PBC or affiliated with PBC. And I always say, whenever you sign, depending on the weight class that you're in and what you're campaigning for, it matters where you sign. Why do you say that, Mike? If you listen, I'm gonna tell you, right? Because Shakur Stevenson was on Top Rank where all three of the belts were. Tank was over there at PBC. He had a 6-fight deal, $18 million plus, if you know what I'm saying, depending on the fights. We already outlined who them possible opponents would be. He went over there in a fucking devastating and Flash Gordon type way and signed with Matchroom and then told Eddie and them don't make the fight. So we can't even excuse that. We can't excuse, like, everywhere you go, you surrounded. This is chess. You just checkmate, bro. Like, it's time, man. It's time. So between Eddie and them, people want too much money. You knew that problem when it came down to boots. Y'all got to get the fight across the line with these guys, like these top guys. That's what it come down to for me.
Yeah, or open up and be honest. I appreciate the honesty of how Eddie spoke after that Usman Lima fight. That solidified it all to me. I heard your trainer say it over and over again. The fight is just not big until both of these guys get a belt. Oscar feeds into the media BS, but then he tries to clean it up and say, listen, the fight is not big until, we get a belt. And he's saying we in the terms of, Virgil and shit like that. So on our side, if we get a belt, then the fight is even bigger, because then it's for unification. We have options to go other directions to still build you, to help build the fight, and make it a true mega fight after you get your belts, you get some good defenses in, you get some good names in, then yeah, it's a mega fight. But right now, is it that? No. Oscar was politely saying no and politely trying to tell his audience no. This whole lawsuit between me and Virgil and Virgil's manager is possibly some bullshit. I'll play the villain and I'll take this. Shit, y'all caught me in fucking panties and some weird shit. So at the end of the day, this is nothing to me. This is not gonna bother my ego. I'm still gonna sleep extremely well in my multi-million-dollar house in my silk sheets and look at this beautiful fireplace that I'm sitting in front of. That's Oscar's mentality. So as fans, I'm just like, yeah, we can argue this because they just, right now we're a school of goldfish inside of a big ass goldfish tank, and we're just waiting for somebody to come trickle them fucking flakes down so we can just start nibbling at the pieces of flakes we have, and then out of the pieces of flakes we then run on the internet and say, yeah, my flake had this and this in it, and then this and that. So as your attitude was earlier, D Calico, is like, we'll believe it when the fight is announced and all of this other stuff. Yeah, if
Yes,
not, just be honest with us. Say, nah, this fight is not happening now.
Mhm.
This really shouldn't happen until both of these guys got belts, and hopefully they're in the mix for undisputed and unifications.
Yeah.
So let's pump the brakes on the Boots versus Virgil Ortiz. I know everyone, including myself, we all put the cart before the horse. But, I know these guys want to fight, but if they fight right now, it may have the impact, but as far as the fighter's career and their purses and stuff like that, it may do more harm than good if they fight right now.
Hey, put it like this, just like the Keyshawn and De Los Santos matchup ended up just being an alley-oop for Abdullah and Nakatila.
Yeah.
Like this Shakur and Tio could end up being just an alley-oop for Keyshawn and, Jermaine Ortiz. Because like I say, man, I will believe it when I see it. But, I'm on record just saying I just never believed that it was going to happen. These are two guys that I feel do a lot of talking. Of course, T.O. will do a big fight, but you can see it coming. Like, other than that, he don't like to fight. He wants to fight once a year. Like, he's starting to bore me. He want to talk for a year after every victory. I don't like that shit.
Yeah, I think hopefully, since he got some bread this time, hopefully they keep him active and he got that bread, and hopefully, you know what I'm saying? But we've seen T.O. get sporadic, and we don't know what, if he win, if he lose, we don't know how he gonna take it, you know what I'm saying? So, man, I hope they get across the line, man. Don't give me the stomach, the little flutters, man, thinking that it won't get across the line. But I guess we could close it out, man. I think we had a good cook, man. Lots of jewels, man.
Sure.
But my question, like, who you think gonna steal the show on no, I'm sorry. I had parking lot of this before I say who gonna steal the show this weekend. Let's just wrap up with what you think Andy Cruz next move should be in Muratalla. Because Muratalla, it was kind of odd. He wanted the winner this weekend, which is, I'm like, moving up, getting them. I'm like, they gonna play the politic game with that. I don't know if you can go straight to the front of the line with that, but who knows? But and you got the IBF, that's the WBO. I'm not sure, but what should Andy be doing next? Because I was pissed off a little bit hearing people wanting to throw Andy in the trash. I'm like, this dude ain't get knocked out. He ain't get dropped. It was close. It was debatable at some points. What's Andy Cruz' next move before we talk about who could steal the show at the 31st to close?
See, I remember before the fight started, I literally knew it was going to be a great fight, to the point that I said we could be looking at a trilogy. you know, and I don't like how people are trying to save Muratalla from a rematch because that's what Cruz deserves. Cruz deserves to show his pedigree and to go back to the drawing board and come back even better. And of course he could do that with a lesser opponent, but what good is that gonna do him? You know? He wants to be a champion at a, you know, extremely early stage of his career. And I feel like he deserves another shot based on that performance. I hate what the judges, you know, I feel like the judges kind of ruined it. The idea of a rematch. But
I would have loved for him to say that after the fight.
That's real.
You know. But yeah, I feel you on that. What you think his next move should be, AC?
This is something I may be out of the box on. Based on that performance, you know what I'm saying? Does that give him leverage to sit down and talk to one of the other sanctioning bodies? Because at the end of the day, I'm not sure, but I don't know if JD Herrera has anything coming. He's an interim champ, and Tank right now is the champion in recess. We're hearing talks of Floyd Schofield was supposed to be looking for an opponent. I don't know if they ever landed on an opponent, but would they be stupid enough to think that young Schofield has the power and the skill set to cut off the ring and knock out Andy Cruz? You feel what I'm saying?
I think.
Go ahead. I'm just asking that question, and that's how I'm going to end that statement. Is with that question, because that's my path is like looking at someone else that's where you are in that same boat. I'm not sure. I think your performance earned you the right, earned you that ability to maybe go after some of these shady areas.
Like what was it? Like where could he do what? Go after who?
Either JD Herrera or if Floyd Schofield, if that's really true, where they're saying they may be able to fight within something. The pull-out game. That's what I'm saying.
Look. We be on the same shit of music, bro. Because I was saying, man, JD Herrera got the interim WBC, and Shakur got to come back down. So yeah, he could do that. That's wonderful. I would love to see him. I think he'll get JD because JD he's a puncher, but like he ain't got the skill of a Muratalla. He's still kind of green, but he can punch. But can he drop down? They said he could drop. They said, yeah, he could go to 30. Can he drop down?
I know. I was wondering about that too, and get a champion.
Drop down and get Oshaki.
No, he can't be Shaki. No, he can't do that. That would be a landmine. Like Oshaki has 74-inch reach and at least as much skill as Cruz. You know, if not more. I'm gonna be honest with you, he has more skill than damn that. Man, bro, that dude there is special. I'm talking about ain't nobody switching like him, you know. Orthodox, southpaw, it don't matter. He's so fluid, it would scare you. You know what I'm saying? So he a nightmare, you know, if you ask me, for anybody.
Yeah, because he's like, we just seen and we just admitted that there is still some things that Andy
you cut out
as a pro, whether he will or not, I don't know. And we're also talking about the shelf life of the highly elite amateur fighters making the transition into the pro. At 30, Jazza Dixon, he's one of the champions. You know what I'm saying? He's 34, 63 arm reach, 41 bouts, 36 wins. He's got 5 losses though. I don't know how that would fare against.
Nah, he can't go backwards with a.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he's a champion.
name.
It's not this dude's like really. I look at Navarrete as going backwards. I look at Eduardo Nunes as going backwards. The only fight that really makes sense for him at 130 for how he's touted and everything is O'Shaquie Foster, and I don't
know. He could do it. Navarrete got a fight coming up with Nunez, though, I think. But yeah, he could have did a Navarrete. He'll beat the shit out of
maybe earlier, but right now, after that performance with Muratalla, I think people might think that's going back because Navarrete's a hard puncher, but he, the nigga's slow as constipation. So that's why I'm like 35 seems more of I think where he should stay. You know what I'm saying? At 35. I got a name. If the dude comes back down to 35. I got a name.
Roach.
Yes, sir.
Lamar Roach.
Yes, the fuck, sir. Him versus Lamont Roach. Oh my God. That's gonna be just as exciting as what we just saw him in. You feel what I'm saying? And if they are there for that Tank Davis slot, that shit makes a hell of a lot of sense. Because Schofield, we don't know if this dude's gonna get across the line. So if I was the matchmakers and the guys that are looking to put money behind a fight in that WBA slot, I'm saying, you know what? Give me Andy Cruz and give me Lamont Roach.
What you think about that, D Calico?
My bad. I was over here talking to my wife right quick.
What you think about Lamont Roach versus Andy Cruz? ACC.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like that's almost like mandatory. Like I feel like he has to either get the Roach out of 135, or he's just gonna be a journeyman. Like he's gonna have the weather. Like he's gonna just be an average boxer, but a good one, meaning maybe around 20 fights he'll become a champion. But he's trying to be legendary and be a champion before he even hit 10 fights. So he would probably have to leapfrog a guy like Lamont Roach in the rankings. So that would be ideal for him.
What I believe, y'all, in my heart of hearts, knowing Eddie, he gonna go on a European tour. Now, there's positives and negatives to it because he gonna get accustomed to the dirty style, but unless it's a real name like I think like a Joe Cordina or somebody like that, it ain't gonna do nothing for us. I mean, a Cordina, I mean, at this stage, Cordina came back against I think Flores. Looks spiffy, but Flores is green, just a puncher. But he gonna go on I think Eddie gonna take him on a European tour, build him up a little bit, because we seen how he did with AJ. You know what I'm saying? On some AC shit. He always is playing that with the Dev thing. He caught me with a good checkmate with that. But he gonna build him back up like they did AJ when he got a Jermaine Franklin and all that. Except for I believe it's gonna be on the other side of the pond. That's all I got.
So this was a good cook, fellas, man. On to the next one, and in about an hour and 10 minutes, it's motherfucking fight week.
Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna be real cool to talk about it. We got a date for that debate yet, Body?
I was thinking Tuesday or Wednesday. I was really thinking Wednesday, but Tuesday. I was thinking Tuesday or Wednesday, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I gotta
Hey,
touch base with Melazar, and I'm gonna ask D Calico. Did you get the link, Calico, or you had to do it through the channel? Did you get the link? Cause I sent it to you.
man, I be slow to check my email, man. I be slow.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. But what you got? How you want to land, D Calico? Appreciate you for coming on here, man.
For sure, man. I appreciate y'all. And like last thing I had kind of wanted to say, I wanted to say it earlier, but this is how we know that fight with Muratalla and Cruz was so damn close. Like you can just look at the reaction of Keyshawn Davis. You know, I don't think nobody was more surprised than Keyshawn Davis. You know, and he sat there and watched that whole damn fight. And he obviously was impressed. And he thought Cruz had won. You know, because that guy had some big eyes when the fight was given to Muratalla. He couldn't even believe it. So, damn what the scorecards say, we all know that was a damn close fight.
It was egregious, yeah.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you, brother.
No problem, man. Be safe, man. I'm sure we'll cook more before the week, man. We got a lot going on this week, so we'll see you next time. All right, but AC, I want to say this, man, because D Calico, he reiterated that lame ass and salute to part of the 300, my man Jose Rodriguez, man. He comment on everything, like he be holding the channel down. You know what I'm saying? He said he asked me in the comment section, he's like, man, you see Keyshawn celebrating, he lame as fuck. I was like, yeah, man, I saw that shit, man. I was like, man, celebrating like he celebrated more than Devin did when Rolly beat Ryan. And I'm like, okay, but since Calico brought it up, I was thinking this, because I can kill two birds with one stone. Since you so relieved and you pulled out the strap and y'all was beating the curve, talking about belt to ass, even though that wasn't belt to ass. Oshaki versus Fulton was belt to ass. Resendez versus Caleb was belt to ass. That wasn't belt to ass. That was a close fight. 115, 113. You can't argue. Like, come on, son.
Yeah.
Since you're mocking Andy Cruz and that's over, and now you ain't got to fight him. Muratalla said he want the winner of T.O. versus Shakur. How about we parking like that? And how about we say, if you get past Jermaine Ortiz, how about if you jumped up to 140 and took on a guy like Jermaine Ortiz, you allow Raymond Muratalla to get a shot at you at 140. How about that? Since he took care of your problems, he paid your phone bill. He, you know what I'm saying, he got your car washed, he got your car detailed. You know what I'm saying? He put something on you on the groceries. How about you do that? That's the question.
That would be really admirable. But just like you said before, what Bud did with the WBC, and you was like, that's some real nigga shit. Keyshawn ain't gonna do that. He gonna be on some real nigga shit. Like, I ain't ask you to do that. Outside in that fight, I ain't even pick you to win. You know what I'm saying? So,
Muratalla say, listen, either he get a big fight like a unification or a big fight, or he moving up. So if he moving up, and they say, all right, I'm gonna get a custom, or I'm gonna do, even though he going for the top of the totem pole, which is admirable. It's everything we expect with a call out. It was wonderful.
I would give Keyshawn hella props. Number one, he goes out and beats Jermaine Ortiz cleanly. No BS, no business of boxing, nothing like that. We all seen a clear ass whooping, and then turn around and if Muratalla says, you know what, if you gonna stay at 140, I'm going up to 140. How about me and you get it on? Give me that shot that he just gave you. Keyshawn say bet, and we see where this thing's really looking Yeah, I'm gonna give Keyshawn all the props in the world. I'm gonna be like, see, that's how you clean up that mess. That mess that you set up for yourself where you fucked over DB3 and everything. That's exactly how you clean this shit up. You got your bottle of Mr. Clean and you started spraying that shit everywhere, and now it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
I got one last question, AC, before we go. I promise it's the last one, man. Because as y'all be talking and bringing up these points, my mind be going 100 miles an hour. Look at this. What would be better is if Muratalla stays at 35 and unifies with Shakur when he comes back down after T.O. What do you think about that?
I could see that. I could see that. I believe he did say he would actually stay down at 35 for a Shakur fight. Mm-hmm. So if that's a real possibility, I have no issues with that. I have zero issues with it at all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't have any issues with that. Win, lose, or draw on Shakur's side. If Shakur lost and went back down and said, you know what, I'll take the Muratalla fight, because I think he would, because Shakur would want to take a fight like that off of a big victory that he had with Andy Cruz and then try to reestablish where he's at. And then everybody would kind of settle in and say, yeah, he has a loss, just like T.O. had a loss, but he's back down there and he just beat Muratalla, who just beat Andy Cruz. So yeah, it'll age well. It'll age extremely well if that's the path if that's the scenario. Even if he wins and he does that, it might not age as well, because then people will be wanting to call out him to fight maybe someone else at 140.
Word. So I ain't tripping. That's what's up. What's up, CJ? You came on right at the end, bro. What's going on, bro?
Yo, I know. I'm tardy to the party, but I was out getting that road work in. You know what I mean? This arthritis been driving me crazy, so I couldn't run for the past few days, so I had to get it in today. But, just speaking to my age. Anyway, okay, it's going to be a grand opening, grand closing. What up, Body? What up, AC? I was listening in the background. Y'all had a good chop. You know what I mean? I couldn't hop up on the mic, but when I was running, I heard some of it. I was in and out like a robbery. So I'm gonna say this on the closing, because I know you're trying to get up out of here. First of all, shout out to you for even hopping up. Niggas ain't been up today, man, and I've been like days ago, I should say. But yeah, I'm getting back to it, yo. It's the big fight week. You feel me? So I'm trying to go at least Monday through Friday. I got 2 interviews lined up. I'm trying to get back to it. So you support me, I support you, and shout out, man. But on the subject, as far as it was Muratalla at 135 versus Shakur, and you think he gonna come back down. Now, I'm gonna say this. At his age, at my age, more specifically, it's hard to come back down, man. So I know that's what he said, but I don't foresee him dropping in weight for that fight. I don't think that's enough sauce. If he beats T.O., which I got my bread on him, that's on wax. If he beats T.O., I don't think he's going to drop back down. There's not enough incentive, not enough heat down there. I think 140 is hotter than 135. So, nah. But I'm going to say, because I'm not a Shakur fan necessarily, I did pick him in this fight, but I say that to say this, is that I think it's kind of a built-in excuse. Like, if I lost, 135 is my natural weight. If you win, well, fuck it. Onwards and upwards. You feel me? And I do see him winning. So I know that's kind of like, you might call that beating around the bush, but I think he just had a built-in narrative. Like I said, I'm not a fan of his because I don't like the style. You know, Tyson, my all-time favorite fighter, so I favor that more aggressive style, that dip dodge, you know, being defensively responsible and also being able to detonate that bomb. But man, that's where I'm at with it. So no, in short, I don't see that fight happen at 135. Most of all, I don't see Shakur losing, and I don't see him moving down. But hey, that's where I'm at with it.
That's solid. That's solid though, because I'm along the same lines. Like I'm taking it with a grain of salt too. I'm like, he's saying he's gonna move down, but if he was like, I'm like, if I'm saying if you had your ducks in a row and you was really playing chess, when we witnessed this right here, and because of Fulton's transgressions, they made it a 135 interim, whereas he had 2 weeks to decide whether he was going to stay or move back down. Once Shakur said, I'm not fighting no Shockey. I'm like, well, if you're gonna move back down, that don't make no sense, because that we gotta qualify that as a duck, because he put on the clinic against Fulton, moved in the catbird seat for your strap, and you gotta come back down, and you say you ain't gonna fight that man. He got a fight rate for it. What the fuck is a duck? You know what I'm saying? So and then Oshaki chose after he heard that news. Oshaki was like, well, I'm gonna go ahead and stick with 30, because you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna cut my legs off like just up here and you ain't gonna fight me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna probably have to defend your mandatories. I believe that's how that works. So if you are coming back down, if I gotta do I might have to do a video, but that might be a duck, because if you come back, well, it can't be because you're going up to get T.O., which is cool. All right, but after that, if you move back down, you know what I'm saying, then that would have been a duck with Oshaki, because Oshaki could have just stayed there and wait a relatively close timeline as far as y'all both having fights fairly recently in conjunction with each other, with a potential another big fight right out of the way with momentum and everything. So I think he gonna decide if he win or lose what he gonna do at 40. CJ, to answer your to respond. But yeah, good point.
Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah, if he goes back down and Oshaki, which, you know, given his age is natural, will move up to 135 and you don't fight him, that is duck worthy. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put that on it. But no. I say that to say this. This is the point I was trying to get to. When niggas say when people say that somebody ducked, if you take on a harder challenge, a more difficult challenge, or move up in weight, to me, that's not a duck. If you take on a lesser challenge, to me, that's a duck. That's why I put the duck cape on Canelo, because he took like numerous lesser fights to duck Benavidez. So that's where I draw the line.
Right.
And that's where I'm at.
And it bit him in the ass, and it got worse to AC's point, because he let Bud jump up and made it look worse, and he got
that looked even worse. He didn't want to pass the crown, champ. He didn't want to pass the Mexican crown. Maybe he thought he wasn't a real Mexican. He said he wasn't going to fight no more Mexicans, even though he obviously did. It was some bullshit, man. It just looked real bad, man. So I'm putting that jacket on him. I'm putting the duck jacket on him forever, for all time.
But
yeah, you came through hibachi, man. Good points, man. Good logical.
I know. Quick cut. Thank you.
You're welcome. So Shakur was not. It wasn't technically a duck, because with those Oshaki things, like you got T.O., so we got to see what you do after that. But it is like weird that you said you gonna move back down, but you don't want to fight Oshaki when he had the interim spot. So that was that's the crux for all y'all that might want to steal the talking point and misconstrue shit.
I was when you were saying what you were saying, I thought it might allude to, after what we just saw, I appreciate Shakur when he clarified why in that watch, talking to that watch guy, why he chose Teofimo Lopez. And in every interview that he said, it wasn't really a specific reason. He just said, I want to show this and that. He actually admitted to something that many of the fans like us have said about him. You have not given us a fight to whereas we feel you could actually really lose. And he said, when I'm thinking about Teofimo Lopez right now, he was the best candidate to put me in that position that puts my back against the wall. So when he said that, I was
Okay.
like, oh, that's a whole new level.
I just want a little
of respect.
clarification. I'm gonna let you go, but was that on his channel? I missed that.
No, it's on this dude something $1 million some watch
$1 million
guy.
worth of game?
No, not $1 million. It's a white dude, and he's got interviews with David Benavidez and some other people where he brings this case, and he always has like $1 million in value of watches. He's like a watch guy and a watch collector and stuff.
I seen the thumbnail for that. I didn't click on it. I said I ain't click on it because I ain't.
Yeah, I just clicked on it because I just wanted to see what type of watches this dude had, because I'm like a watch guy. I used to be a watch guy. You feel what I'm saying? So when I looked at it, I wound up watching the whole interview. That's one of the things. To whereas I was up late at night just catching up on a bunch of interviews, just listening while I was playing this game. So he was like, yeah, the reason why I chose Leo chosen because this is the first fight that my back, according to everybody, you know, even though they may have me as the favorite, but my back is really up against the wall. So I'm like, oh, so you're admitting to shit like this. Okay. I like that about this. You get a lot of points for saying that with me with this right here, because now you're bringing me into the realm of the Shakur that I thought I knew at 130 and 126. So now, if this is a real thing with you, and we'll see, you know, leading up to fight week and whatever presses are happening and stuff like that, we'll see how that transitions, and now how will it transition on fight night. So at the end of the day, I still look at it as it's gonna be something amazing. It's gonna be, you know, the type of situation that we're gonna look at and win, lose, or draw, we're gonna appreciate it. And for me, now that I saw that little tidbit, it kind of like puts me in a weird place that if Shakur wins, if he decides to stay at 140, cool. If you decide to go down to 135, cool. I'm not going to be mad at you either way you go, because I'm just going to have so much respect for you that you actually beat Teofimo Lopez legitimately, no business of boxing, no funny scorecards, nothing.
Yeah. Hopefully it goes down like that. Shit, man. I don't know. Yeah, Duck. If he does go down, like as Body said, does go back down, which I don't see. Again, maybe I'm just speaking as an old man, and I'm not the biggest dude in the world, but I know I'm not losing weight. I'm going in the opposite direction. So yeah, trying to get the abs back, but no, it don't make sense to go back down, especially if you win. And I do see him winning, so it's just like I don't think that's reasonable. I hate that he said he wasn't going to fight Oshaki moving up from 130 to 135 if he's moving back down. When you naturally, I guess, the bigger fighter. To me, I don't know. Oshaki is obviously more built. Shakur is taller and more range, but man, that's some bitch made shit to me. So anyway, I can't wait for the fight. We're less than a week away, right? So I'm hyped, and the whole day is lit. It's not only that card, we got the Zayas and fucking Abbas. We got all type of shit going on, man. So I'm just excited. So yeah, I'll be tapped in, man. Hey, salute to y'all.
Salute. And Pro Boxers on Friday, you know what I'm saying, with a nice little treat on
There you
Friday.
go. Exactly.
We getting spoiled, and yeah, man, we just it's a feather in the cap for Shakur with him saying that his back against the wall. That's the Shakur. That's in the vein of the Shakur that I'm like, okay, we being realistic. We ain't gaslighting. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Salute to you for that. And I used to be I'm still am a watch guy. I just I can't allow myself to pay. I used to be a Michael Kors. I had a couple of nice joints. I got a nice little collection, man. I was a watch guy too, so I just didn't want to see it because I'm like, man, I don't kind of like that. It's like the chain. I understand it's this era, but the chain and the watch and all that, it's like, man, like to the youth, it's like invest. That's what I like about Akbar Rock. They say invest your bread. They ask what is the interest. So last time we talked, did you invest? Because the last time they talked before that, he didn't. But I don't like. I mean, I didn't click on it because of that. But I'm gonna probably go back and listen to it if you got that jewel in there. I don't like the connotation with the jewelry. I know it's the sign of the time, just like social media, but it kind of put us a stigma on us a little bit, man.
Yeah, I don't.
As far as getting the jewelry. And I mean, it's cool. It's what's to do and all that, but it's like, man, like I would rather you say, yeah, this is my investment property. I'm going, yeah, instead of a list of houses, looking at some blueprints or some landscapes.
Right.
Some, you know,
I was gonna say real estate, stocks, crypto, even. Yeah, some shit that could grow.
Income. That's something that you might have to pawn if you get hit in your head the wrong way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, for me, I used to be a heavy watch guy. I knew where to, because I was here in New York, I knew where to go to get the iced out Swatch watches. You feel what I'm saying? The tags, the next level.
Oh, that's the first level. I feel you. I know you're talking about, champ. Let's go.
Yeah, and getting the real Swiss Army watches, like the real shit that you can take to high altitudes and dive at real low.
Right.
I used to collect all of those weird type of watches. I was never really into the luxury watch because they were kind of thin and I didn't like the thing, but I loved the bulky utility watches and then take them to the jewelers and have them ice them out. That's what something we was kind of doing. So that kind of got me into the watches. And then I was heavily into diamonds because diamonds don't never depreciate. You can have the same stone for 20 years and
I think they might start to.
It actually grows in value depending on its setting, its cut and its setting. So when Jay-Z was talking about went to the district and caught me some V8 something, you feel what I'm saying? People like that was running in my.
You cut out for a second, AC.
Okay. I'll fill in the gap real quick until he gets back on. I know he had a point to make, but he just brought up a little anecdotal story in my mind where, I already put all my game on the internet, so fuck it. What's one more story? The ex-wife, right? Let me cook.
Hold on.
Can you give me 10 seconds, AC?
Hey, but AC,
I know I know you're making a real point.
AC,
I know you're making a real point. Can I get 10 seconds?
Cut out, AC. You cut out, AC. Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
That's I just want 10 seconds for some bullshit. Admittedly, some bullshit. The ex-wife, right? I spent $5,000 on in the engagement ring. When she pawned it, it was like 1.5, and I was like, "Damn, bitch, you stupid as hell." Y'all got it.
Yeah, but all I was gonna say was, at the end of the day, by the time my son was born, I wasn't into investments like that. I started to like really meet like not a hood rich dude, not a newbie to being a millionaire. I started to meet real millionaires who built their profits and made investments at my age. And when I was standing in that crowd with all these fucking diamonds on and big diamond earrings and stuff like that, I felt really broke. I really felt that was the first time I felt broke. And what I had on was not broke, but I felt broke in that circle. And I was like, okay, I'm going to invest in a look that has me looking a little conservative, but if you know what I'm wearing, you'd be like, okay, this guy's about his work. He's on this level. So I stopped doing that type of stuff, and then going in a completely different direction to whereas when I'm in these circles, there's always the saying of, doing that, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You know what I'm saying? So I stopped looking like the poor brown skinned kid who's trying to show off in front of these real millionaires. I came to you and now you don't even know where I am because I don't have that bullshit on no more. And now you're looking at me and you're talking to me way, way differently than when I was wearing those diamonds and stuff like that. And that was the biggest difference. When you have shit on like that, the perception of those who are really, really there, they look at you as someone who's pretentious.
Trying. Yeah.
Exactly. So I
feel you.
just abandoned all of that stuff because I'm like, if I'm going to be able to sit at the table and have you respect me, first of all, I don't want you to have any prejudice just on my appearance walking up. And I don't want to have to justify my mindset to any fucking body. If you can't respect me on the presence of me walking up, you know what? I might turn around and tell your rich ass, you know what? Go eat a boop and get the fuck out of my face. Because I'm not, listen, just go, move. You feel what I'm saying? So I just said, you know what? I'm not changing myself, but it's easier for me just not to put this shit on. And that's how I looked at it.
Yeah, just be your authentic self without trying to stunt. You said like Hot Boys in 1999. That was a fire album, by the way. Yeah. Respect my mind. Respect my mind.
Yeah. That's what it came down to. And then that perspective opened so many doors for me. It had me conversating with people that are now, yo, what are you doing tomorrow? All right, meet me over here. I'll be passing through. You meet them over there. You're sitting in their car and y'all just chopping it up like two friends. And you're like, wow, this is different. This is different.
Okay, I never made the Greeks on the wire, but I have dealt with the blue collar, the streets, and the blue collar and the white collar world. So I understand what you're saying to a sense. I've never been in those type of circles, but with the millionaires. But yeah, man, same man. I could talk with anybody about anything. That's how I feel. That's why I'm out here talking my shit. But yeah, I feel you, champ. That's a good message.
Yeah, man, I'm with you. I think I like for these young guys to do what they do because they're young and they got to spend their money on what they like. So I get it. But like, we're in a time and you're in a dangerous profession, so you can get hit in the head. I would love to see the first. Now I hear him talk about Tevin Farmer talking about investment properties. Him and his lady was doing it. But I would love for somebody to change the game. Like Abdullah, if he came out and said, listen, you know what I'm saying? We don't do chains. We got an appetite for these houses, you know what I'm saying? Residual income, generational wealth.
At 21 with his star power.
Yeah, it would really like set the tone, and motherfuckers would be like, yeah, look at this. Look, yeah, this making me. I got an Airbnb here. I got a house here. Like, you know, instead of the watch and chain shit, it's just getting job played. I understand you do it, but like, tell us about the real estate.
But see, this is
who's
where
stunting? Who's trying to stunt? I mean, I'm just an old dude, I guess. But who's trying to stunt nowadays? I guess like it's the ladies, but come on.
This is where I would recommend people go watch that interview, because while he's dealing with these watches, dude asked him about chains, and he was like, "Yeah, I only got like one, maybe two chains." You know what I'm saying? And then he was like, "Oh, but I hear you're in cars. Tell me what kind of cars you like." He's like, I don't really do cars like that. I'm not really a car guy. What I do, the main place I spend my money, I buy houses. I have like, that's what gets me up. Buying a house.
Okay.
Seeing a property, buying a house. You know, I could live in that house for a little bit. I could do whatever I want. And then I could sell that house if I want to do something else. So Shakur is aware of the real estate game and aware of making smart real estate investments, especially being over here on the East Coast, where besides where you are, CJ, in the East Coast, this is the two powerhouses of investment properties going up and down the coast, from Connecticut or Boston all the way down to Florida. You have investment properties in every fucking state on the East Coast, and that's damn near California, because I am a person who watches $1 Million Listing, and $1 Million Listing started out in California. You damn near see every area of these old houses to new houses. And if it's beachfront property, everything is a minimum starting at plus 3 million. And that was 10 years ago with
Exactly.
$1 million.
I'm glad you put that in context. Let me respond like this before I lose my train of thought. But just to respond to what you just said, that shit is gonna go down, champ, because the software engineering jobs that blew up Silicon Valley, AI is taking that over. I'm glad I almost went in that field. I'm glad I didn't. I went into the hard shit, like the actual physical shit, electrical engineering. Anyway, so that's what to fall off, and within 3 years, the property values are going to start to drop, and that'll be good for me if I'm still here. But I'm trying to bounce overseas. Anyway, what was you saying before that? See, I already lost my train of thought. You got me on the real estate shit. But damn, what was you saying right before that, AC?
Oh, I was just talking about the level of investment properties. You feel what I'm saying? And Shakur being aware that, they're making smart property investments on property is money in the bank, because the right investment property, it does not depreciate. It doesn't matter.
Oh, absolutely. And that I will say that the cost of housing is going to continue to rise, probably to an unhealthy degree, to zoom outside of the fighter shit. I'm glad they would push that, because it is going to continue to appreciate. But man, for the country, this shit going to get wild. Everyone's going to be renting. No one's going to be owning shit. So, hey, we going to see about that. But no, absolutely. For young fighters, I would definitely advise them to buy fucking real estate over chains and even watches. I'm a sports watch guy at this point, so that's where I'm at with it.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. If it came to me, where I would tell young fighters to invest that are around the age of Shakur and Brian Norman and all of these guys, Abdullah Masons and stuff like that. Buy yourself 2 houses, an investment property and a forever home. If you want 3, buy yourself a vacation home.
Oh, minimal. Yeah.
Outside of that, the strongest investments that you can make is in microchips, especially Nvidia, the company Nvidia. You can go with Boston Dynamics in their
microprocessors. I'm in the game. I'm in the game.
You got the Atlas series robots that are about to launch. In the area of robotics, period, I would say you make enough money per fight not to invest in one company. Understand how the stock market works. You have the S&P that covers a certain section. You have the Dow that covers a certain section. You have the NASDAQ that covers a certain section. You feel what I'm saying? The section that covers tech, invest in that whole sector, because no matter what comes out of the tech industry, you get money off of. AI buses, when they make that transition, you get money off of it. When they make selfless driving cars, you get money off it. Tesla launches their robotic series and they wind up having a robot that makes it all the way to Mars. How that's gonna build up that company to make it a multi-billion-dollar company. Guess what? Because you made investments in that sector, not the direct company, you never ever lose. It's always a win-win. This is real billionaire advice. This is why we have so many billionaires, because they don't invest in one company. They invest in the entire sector. And when you go after the entire sector, just like transportation, if you invest in transportation, AI, transportation, you get money off of planes, you get money off of rockets, you get money off of. It's how billionaires become billionaires. That's the secret sauce.
Not at the highest level, but you're talking about some shit I've been involved in. So I feel the need to chime in, bars. No, I'm trying to do my own robotic shit. I mean, I know, I've seen these fucking, you said Atlas? I think that was the video I saw. These robots are off the hook. I'm a long way away from that, but it was always rather my dream to put a Rosie, from the Jetsons, like an all-purpose robot, like a maid in a household. But no, these robots are off the chain nowadays with all the, not only the acrobatics, but the practical shit they can do. So I feel you. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's even better thing to have these to bring it full circle, to have these young fighters invest in. So yeah, I feel you. I'm trying to be on the cutting edge, but hey, we'll see how far I can take it. I'm already in my 40s, but hey, you never know.
Well, let me add a little tidbit. Richardson Hitchens was interviewed by Akim Barak, and they were talking about putting that shit on. And they said last time we talked, did you invest? And he was like, I still put my shit on. He said, but yeah, he said I got a financial company. But he didn't say the real estate, but he said like basically he making financial investments so that when I'm done, I'll have my money and I'm doing right. And I was proud. That's why I say,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As far as well-rounded and what they bring to the game, I be looking at it kind of comprehensively. You know what I'm saying? But y'all guys are dropping some jewels. That's why the show's still going on. Y'all keeping it going. I'm like, shit, I ain't gonna be one. I don't think I'm gonna have shit to do with this snow and the weather. I don't mind. So I mean, shit, y'all keep it going.
But that's
shit.
Guys.
I feel for y'all because I feel spoiled. I'm like, yo, it's, as y'all would say, mad brick out here, but it's only 40 something, and y'all dealing with layers of snow. So hey, shout out to y'all. Shout out East Coast, down south, everyone going through that snowstorm. Hey, be safe, stay inside. I hope you fucking got what you needed at the supermarket and whatever the fuck you need to do, the generator, whatever you got to do to get through this storm. So yeah, shout out to you.
I'm only speaking from actual Billy telling me this. We in his car just driving around and stuff like that, buying stuff at his restaurant and things like that. And we just got into starting to talk about the stock market, and we started to talk about tech. And he was crazy impressed with the amount of tech stuff that I knew. Tech developers, chip companies, robotic companies. He was like, people I know don't even know about Boston Dynamics and some of these other companies. I was like, I've been watching that stuff since literally 2001 when the company was first incepted. And he was like, wow. He was like, you even know the year that the company was started. So he was like, then, he does one of the things, when somebody does the tap you on your leg or tap you on your arm type of thing when they're trying to put you on to something. He does that. It's like the back. Listen, I got to talk to you honestly now because I love where your headspace is. Do you understand how the stock market? I feel you, champ. He's like, do you understand how the stock market works? And I said, yes. Yeah, to a certain degree. You got the long game, you got the shorts, you got all of those different dynamics. He was like, you want to know how billionaires are built in the stock market? And I was like, no. He said, once some of us become millionaires, we'll hedge some of our funds, get a loan on that fund, and then go and take all of that money and buy into an indice or I forgot the other word, but you're buying into the indice, the NASDAQ, S&P, whatever, which one. Some of us can find those right guys that can build that portfolio to show us how to break that money up in each one. You're going to need a minimum, depending on which one, it's going to be between $250,000 to $500,000 to 1.5 and whatever else you want to invest. But these are going to be the minimums to buy into these sectors. Once you buy into these sectors, you damn near overnight become a billionaire. But you're a billionaire in paper. You haven't had the residuals of the assets yet. Now you can start to borrow money off of those because the way it looks on paper, you're a real billionaire. You have the investments, you have the investment portfolio that says all of these companies are in the green. We have a strong stock market. Hey, why not give the guy money? This is how Donald Trump was able to get all of these loans. You feel what I'm saying? So when he started to break all of that shit down, I literally sat back and looked at him like, this man is actually teaching me how to become a billionaire. Now I have a real number in my head of when I generate this amount of money from a company I start, I'm going to do this. This is going to generate that generational wealth for me and for my kids. And even after I pass, my money doesn't go anywhere. I can just simply hand my shit down to my kids, and my kids take the benefits of all of this money, generation after generation after generation. This is why, to a certain degree, they say certain sectors of the American economy and the global economy can't crash because it'll wreck the world. So if you're putting your money into that same economy, bro, you get money globally all over the place, and you can just literally stop working and live off the quarterly residuals that you'll make. And 3% of damn near trillions of dollars is hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's the goal, right? I wouldn't say the goal, quote unquote, but that would be the ideal passive income that you could just fucking ball out on. Hey, maybe I'll get there, maybe I won't.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to comment to that before I forget it. But it's just a matter of setting up a realistic goal for you based on how you can plot out your future and start a company that says, listen, if my company can make me, or my restaurant can make me a minimum of 800,000 to 1.5 million, I can buy into the right indice at the right time, and that's gonna do wonders for me and my family. So at the end of the day, if you're a younger person, you have effectively 20 to 40 years to get there. I found this shit out in my 40s, but it's still something that is the driving force of why I'm doing what I'm doing.
No, I feel you. I had a vision laid out in my 30s. Obviously, y'all know everyone's been tapped in with me for the past few years. Shout out to y'all. I'll leave it at that. But I had to adjust slightly. I knew what I wanted to do. Now I'm like set back a little bit, if you will, but it's still realistic because in large part, because I don't have no kids. Obviously, I would like to have a family, but that's still on the table. You know what I mean? Because I'm not like, I don't know, 70 years old or something. So I could realistically still do that, but I got a lot of marbles on the table, and y'all gonna see it play out over the next couple of years. I promise you, y'all gonna see these plans come to fruition, man. I'm determined. I ain't never failed at nothing besides that. So yeah, man, it's all. Shout out to y'all, man. I really appreciate y'all. I want to say this, man, for real. This from the heart. Like, if I hadn't tapped in with y'all a couple, 3 years ago, I think we started on BMAC, and that's how we started to network out, man. I don't know where I would be, man. Y'all been a real, more crucial support than you know. So, I really do, genuinely from the heart. Y'all got my appreciation, man. I wanted to say that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you on that, CJ. And overall, between the time that I met you and then we exchanged numbers and had our conversations offline and things like that,
yeah,
it is somewhat easy to understand why I wound up over here. You feel what I'm saying? Because over here we can actually have the conversation without the gangbang, without the mob mentality, and everyone can express their views. You feel what I'm saying? We can keep it boxing, and if we stray and get into some social issues or where we are right now in talking about opportunities and what advice as older men we give to the younger guys, you feel what I'm saying? We can actually do that, and it actually makes sense without a whole big panel of a bunch of other guys like, nah, I don't think, and no, I wouldn't do. It's like, bro, you just have to respect everyone's perspective. Your perspective is where it's at. Not everybody may have a goal of trying to have, $250,000 of just loose money that they can make an investment. But you have to look at sometimes, if you look at that goal, yes, it's a big goal. Not everybody's going to make it. But if you do make it, it guarantees you that generational wealth without saying, you know what, I got to work hard, bust my ass for the rest of my life, and then hopefully I'll make $1 million and one of my kids can turn that $1 million into X amount of money without having a clear financial path of knowing where to go. You feel what I'm saying? Every park has a bathroom.
Word.
But if you don't know where that bathroom is, you're going to piss in the corner or piss on a tree. And then everybody's going to look at you like, who the fuck is the guy with his dick out taking a piss? Like a fucking bathroom right there, bruh. Oh, I didn't know that was a bathroom. Now you looking stupid and embarrassed because your dick is out and everybody can see it. So at the end of the day, this is what they do. This is what the
dick is out.
This is what the trust fund babies do. This is what they already know because they know where their money comes from. My trust comes from my dad made this investment in these sectors and indices. That's the other word, sectors. Simple word like that. They made these investments in these sectors and indices that set me up for life. So I really ain't got to do shit because I run into these motherfuckers all day in Brooklyn working in the restaurants. They come down, t-shirts, slippers, and all of that stuff, and they just eat food and fuck around on their phone. And you ask them, what do you do? I don't do shit. I live off of trust. Like, wow. And you go to their apartments and these dudes is living in duplex apartments in old buildings that look run down on the outside, but the inside is like, what the fuck's going on? And you wonder, okay, you live 2 blocks from me. When we was looking for the apartment I live in right now, why wasn't this shit coming up? Because it's not within your tax bracket. You don't have the personal realtor that's telling you, yeah, this is where you go. This is the site you go. You follow this guy on Instagram. He's always doing these lavish apartments and stuff like that for sale and all of this other kind of stuff. That's a whole new world. So the point is, if you don't have access to it, it's like the nightclub that nobody knows about, but it's popping. You always see people dressed up, sleeping on the train, and you wonder, where the fuck are they coming from? They coming from the hottest club in New York or the world. How do I get there? Oh, let me see how you dress. Nah, I can't tell you. This club is not for you. So what I'm doing is telling people, have a goal. Set this thing up for yourself. If you're young enough and you can work and put that money away, take advantage of this day and time to whereas if you live with your parents, stay with your parents. Be cool, contribute to your parents' house. So this way, the amount of money you contribute to your parents' house is not the amount of money you're going to spend out there on your own. If you want to fuck a chick, there's plenty of cheap hotels. Do it like that.
Yeah.
It's still cheaper monthly to monthly than paying that expensive ass rent. That in New York, you might have to share that apartment because the rent is just going to be too expensive for you where you are. Stay at home, get that money, build up your repertoire. That's what the fuck them rich kids do. And when they get enough money or they doing enough, then their parents say, you know what? It's time to get you a house or a condo. Yeah, let's get them a house.
You know what? I'm going to put a caveat on it. And I know Body probably, if you wouldn't let us keep cooking, but if you're trying to get out of here, I'm going to end it with this. This is my closing statement until proven otherwise. I'm going to tell a young man, nowadays, don't even be smashing unless you can go to her place or you already got your own place. I'm not telling him to get a hotel. I'm saying focus on your mail. Bars, you know what I mean? That's how E40 would say it. Focus on your mail. Like, get your bread up until you got your own spot. And until then, you don't need to be distracted with women. I made that mistake in my 20s. You feel me? So, I would tell him that. Get established, and then you can deal with these women on your terms.
I was just going to end it with this, and this is where I'll truly end my entire cook. When I was growing up, I used to say a joke. It was just a joke that I would say that had every adult person laughing. They'd be like, "You have a girlfriend or anything like that?" I'm like, "Nah. I'm working hard and saving my money for a good one." And they'd be like, "That shit is funny as hell." Like, you know what I'm
You
saying?
said what good one?
Huh? No,
Hey,
they
man.
never asked me what good one. They would just look at me.
I would say that nowadays.
You know what I'm saying? They would just look at me and be like, "This young dude right here has a different perspective about a lot of things." And for him to come out his face and say that as a young age, because it lends to what you just said. And I was on that as a young man, but I witnessed it as a joke. All of that other shit ain't important. Get your bread up first, because the better bread you got, you might find that partner instead of that girlfriend. And if you come across that person that's on the same journey you are, and the two of you can look at yourself as a power couple, that's when the hotel is necessary. Because
But look,
I
go
won't
ahead,
do that other stuff. But go ahead, Body.
but listen, I think these young guys, they be sowing their royal oats, but I'm like, man, the philosophy at some point should be, man, if we can't, make sound financial investments and mark out or path out a viable future with some residual income, what the fuck is we doing?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, because
What the
people
fuck is the point?
and I wish I could go back and talk to, what I'm saying, my younger self, even though I don't know, man. I ain't having with these guys.
I don't know. Yeah.
But I had a little something. But if I could go back, I would say, yeah, invest your money and only get in meaningful relationships. Be clear in what your intentions are, and protect yourself, man. Because one of my guys, I think his chooser, if I had to, at a site of weakness, I think his chooser is broke. You know what I'm saying? Like you got a broken chooser, you might be doomed. So it's all in who
you speaking to me.
And what you tend to do, what you tend to do with the ones that you choose and who you choose. It's like, geez, man, you gotta look at yourself the way these boxing labels and promotion companies and managing all that they look at you like a commodity. You got to look at yourself like a commodity. So you got to move accordingly. You can't be choosing, what I'm saying, like the wrong ones, and the ones that you can see from a mile off because of their history, because of their behavior, or just blind lust. Because man, it can mess up your whole shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's the amount, like the amount of dollars you're losing. You about running up a tab. You talking about going in and throwing. Let the money that you got, that pocket change that you go and let loose. You know what I'm saying? Let that be the least. Because if you choose the wrong one, the tab can be running up like a faucet that's broken, where it's like you don't even know where it's going to end at, as far as legal troubles, all that. If y'all can't make money together, if y'all can't put down financial investments together and build residual income to where it's nothing, leave them alone. You know what I'm saying? Chill out.
Y'all gonna clown me. Y'all gonna clown the shit out of me. I was thinking it was 2K because that was on the divorce papers. But, and again, we didn't have any kids. But how much? I want y'all to guess, and I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be higher than you think. How much do y'all guess that my holding on to the wrong woman? I'll put it like that. Holding on to the wrong woman. How much you think that cost me in grand total?
60% of whatever you had.
More.
That's crazy. More than 60%.
Yeah, at the time when I wasn't shit. Yes, absolutely. Not now, but I wanna be more finite. Like how many K? I said it was 2K on the papers.
20.
How many thousand?
20.
What's up?
20.
That's close. A little higher though.
Damn.
Yeah.
I already wanted though. Well, I don't want to trigger you, man.
All right, it was 26. I'll come out. It was 26K. Now that I do the mathematics. Yeah.
That's why I'm glad I got me a good one. I keep telling mine, I'm like, man, I wish I would have met you earlier, man. Even though I might have been myself. You know, I might not have been my right self, but I mean, I'm guessing it's good timing. But I'm glad I don't got them kind of problems. That's the last of my worries, boy. I had fixed my chooser. God damn it.
Hey man, 13 years and I still can't choose him.
And look, you gotta calibrate that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And my lady said, she dropped the jewel. Look, my lady dropped the jewel. She told somebody like, man, you need uninterrupted healing. Sometimes you gotta get by yourself and have that uninterrupted healing. Sometimes you gotta put yourself in solitary and then go back.
Clearly, that's where I'm at right now. Well, not uninterrupted, but okay. I'm sorry to cut you off, but yeah.
Before I met who I'm with right now, I've met, some extremely famous women. I've met women who have very, very strong business ties and stuff like that. But it was a saying that I realized about myself. I work hard, I'm very creative, and I'm passionate about the things I'm passionate about. Those 3 core principles of me don't change. You feel what I'm saying? As well as being a very given person. I've always noticed that it's the people around me who changed first. Because at the end of the day, it's when people meet you, and depending on where you are and how they visualize you, they will meet you, but they have an agenda. It's not what you think it is. You think you're in a relationship, but you're in an agenda ship. When you
agenda ship.
Huh?
No, I was repeating what you said, agenda ship. I never heard that verbiage before.
Exactly. So if you can actually realize just by opening your ears and listening and just having these conversations. See, me, I took 5, almost 6 years off, the longest time I've ever been without a relationship. You feel what I'm saying? And just did me, got into my cooking, got into research of my cooking, just really immersed myself into my craft. And when I poked my head out, there was this, Spanish lady, attractive, nice body, around my age. I just kept on noticing her because she would go to a building to pick up her kids from the grandparents who lived downstairs. So one day I just started to talk to her and said, listen, I'm going to be opening this restaurant where we can invite friends and family. Why don't you come through so you can really see the type of level of cooking I'm on and where I'm at and stuff like that. I brought her into my world so you can see the real me. This is what I do. To ask me to do anything else is sacrilegious. To get pissed off at me because I don't have Saturdays and Friday nights off is sacrilegious, because you know what the fuck I do. And that's when I realized, that's when I saw the difference of bringing you into my world and you understanding my world and you understanding that I'm a chef, then you having an agenda ship with me of being, this is an attractive guy. He knows all of these people in the industry. He knows all of these clubs. He knows all of these other cute producers and rappers and this and that and street dudes that are driving around and all this. These bitches had an agenda with me. And this is why we didn't work out, even though we had kids. You wanted me to big you up. And I wanted you to big yourself up and ride with me.
Oh shit. Okay, let me say this. I'm talking about this bullshit. Okay, cool. Maybe like a month and a half ago, right before, my tragedy happened. And I guess it was, the timing was apropos. I'm not going to say it's good timing. It's never good timing. But the ex-wife circled back, the reach back, trying to hit me up after she got 2 kids by another nigga, and we never had kids. And I told her that was, I didn't tell her that. I actually ignored her. I took the high road, but it was out of pocket. I wanted to tell her it was out of pocket, but I stood still. But yeah, man, y'all got any thoughts on that? Circling back after 13 years. Let me emphasize 13 years and we got no kids. Do you think I'm gonna take her back?
Nah, I don't. I think, man, you know, it was a reason why it didn't happen. Sometimes this is the exception to the rule, but sometimes it worked. But for the most part,
It don't.
like been there, done that. Got the T-shirt, the coffee
Hell
mug,
Yeah.
the visor, the motherfucking,
All the souvenirs.
Now
Yeah,
I got
the
two,
bumper sticker. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. Respectfully, you know, I respectfully decline. With all due respect, you know what I'm saying?
I got 2 daughters. So how do I, to have the same conversation with them about an agenda shift when you look at the nature of these dudes?
Yo, I'm gonna go hard, but I'm gonna go hard
these dudes
respectfully.
chase
Go ahead.
box out these days, and these little dudes, I'm sitting there on the train and I'm just hearing like these little dudes like, yeah, man, yo, shorty bad, I want to breed her. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold the fuck up. Wait a minute. Nigga, you ain't even like,
Based on her badness? Okay, go ahead.
you can't, you don't even have a summer youth job. The fuck is you talking about breeding? Like, do you really understand the word that you're using? So I'm
That's the
thinking to
other
myself
aspect.
of having 2 daughters, like, Jesus Christ, as a dad, being a dude that I am, dude that can, accept that my daughter has a boyfriend. Because my youngest daughter has a boyfriend right now. She's 16 years old right now. And I asked her the question and she was like, yeah. I was like, he a good dude? She was like, yeah. I said, your moms know about him. Yeah, your moms know he a good dude. She was like, yeah, he met him. And it's just like, okay, there's nothing else I can say. I have to be like one of those dads that says,
You gotta meet him.
When
You gotta meet him too.
I'm not really into all
hypothetically.
Of that. Yeah, I'm like,
No, you gotta check him like Martin Lawrence and Will Smith on Bad
y'all
Boys
not
3.
that serious. Yeah,
Bad
you know
Boys.
what I'm saying? I'm just like, for me, I'm like, I'll meet him when y'all really, like starting to talk that love stuff. This is like your first relationship. It's puppy love. You're gonna think it's love. Meeting your moms is strong enough because your mom's is thorough like me. We agree on a lot of stuff and things like that. So she'll be able to handle that shit. Plus the aunts don't play that. You know what I'm saying? The aunts will meet him and the aunts will be, me plus 3 other bodies. So she's got uncles, she's got all of that. It's like, nah. When you want that advice and stuff like that, that's when you can call me because I'm not going to pull the punches. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. And I'm going to try to guide you the best way I can as being my daughter, because I don't want you to be dependent on a lot of shit. And I don't want you to get yourself caught up in a lot of shit that I wouldn't want to get
That's so...
Get the son.
No, I feel what you're saying. Not to cut you off, it's such a fine line. And again, I'm not a parent, but go ahead. I want to hear your perspective for real.
No, but
go ahead.
All I'm saying is this, and I'm gonna land it right here. It's a little bit different when you're talking about relationships with your son and when you're talking about relationships with your daughter, because you know automatically what the agendas are for your daughter as a man, because I know what my agendas were when I was a little dude. I'm trying to get top and box in any order. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to keep it going as long as I can. You feel what I'm saying? So I know there was a certain point in my life as a young man, I objectified women. I just looked at them as this because I'm young, dumb, and full of cum. You feel what I'm saying? Now that my daughter is in that age group of the dudes that's being young, dumb, and full of cum, it's a certain way you have to talk to her that's way different than the way you have to talk to your son. You know what I'm saying? So with her, the both, there's some things that apply to both. Careful of the relationships, right now you should be really more focused on school, a little part-time job, start to build your bank account. The earlier you build the bank account, the better, your financial record will be. When it's time for you to pay for your own cell phone, you have the money. It's just drawn from your bank account using your debit card information or your bank card information of whatever phone company that you went with. So these are things that help you become independent. In the relationship part, everyone wants a need to be loved and cherished and held and stuff like that. It happens. You watch movies, you see young people in love. As a boy and a girl, the girls may buy into it a little bit more than the boys. But the boys is out there, and when they look at you, they only see two things: top and box. So you have to really have that conversation with your girl to let her know these dudes are looking at you as, number one, at their age, as an object of an objective goal and agenda. I want to get a nut.
But let me put a little sauce, sprinkle a little something on it. It's a little tricky when it comes down to actually meeting somebody wanting to meet you. Like if a young man want to meet somebody's your daughter's parents, one of them is that's like it can state intention. Like, yeah, I want to see how far the apple fall from the tree, but I want to let everybody know I'm good. I ain't got nothing to hide. Some people want to do it because they think, oh, I done met the parents. Now I'm definitely gonna get what you spoke to, that cap and gown. You know what I'm saying? But I think a good question would be, why do they want to meet me? What's their intention? Like, and then just like relationship, we all know that when you first meet them, before you really live with them or be around them 24/7 for an extended period of time, you meeting a representative. He could be the best young man in the world. You know what I'm saying? Then you could see him on motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, Fatal Attraction or Snap or something. Like you gonna meet the representative. So it's like the intention. Some people, when you responsible and you on some real shit, like my last one, I ain't gonna say anxious, but I wanted to meet my lady's parent. I wanted to say, okay, cool, and then okay, so I can understand, because I know it can tell you a lot of things, and if it's a good family structure and they've been together and they work through their problems and all that, it could be an indicator. Okay, they got an example. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times these young men, they want to meet the parents because they feel like it's their way in. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Really their way
if I could convince your parents, then I know I got that locked down for at least 6 months, approximately. I never did that shit, but I'm just going down your narrative road, bro. Okay, listen, I see what you're saying, champ. I mean, y'all the parents, but let me say this to respond to AC real quick, and I think we probably about to close it out. You said 20 minutes, but I would imagine, and it's all hypothetical. If I had a daughter, what would I tell her? I would tell her, yeah, definitely protect it. But not like I wouldn't tell her to overemphasize the degree in being independent, because especially a lot of women and Gen Z nowadays is getting caught up in the strong and independent, because that's been the pill they've been fed. You feel me? So I'm like, okay, make sure you could do your thing, and it's a fine line. I'm gonna grant you that. So I don't know exactly. Again, I'm not a parent. I would say, make sure you could do something for yourself, but prioritize when you're young, finding that good man. Don't wait till you 30, 40, 50 to fucking try to find a good man. So I would say that to my daughter. To my young son, who I still hope to have, I would say, get your bread up, like I said earlier. Yeah, right. Get your bread up. Wait till you at least 30, so you got that leverage that you could take it or leave it. Because when you in your 20s and still building, I'm speaking from experience, you could be a little too thirsty and be like, well, I gotta lock her down right now. I want a chick to build with me. No, I would say have the leverage, because chicks ain't trying to build with dudes nowadays. They ain't trying to say, oh, you fucking speaking from personal experience, you're working at Chuck E. Cheese right now, but as a fucking, fixing the fucking machines, but in 10 years, you're going to be an engineer and you're going to be able to provide for the family. So it's somewhere in between. And that's the fucked up part of the game. I'll put a bow on it with this. Like, I would tell my daughter to wait to an extent, but not too much. And I would tell my son definitely to fucking chill out and get that leverage, get your bread up, and so you can take it or leave it. But I'm gonna end it with
like
that.
This. To Body's point, I was that kid that knew that because I was doing it to so many high school chicks. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I actually knew that. Like, listen, I get with a girl, we seeing each other on the low. It's like, yo, I play the game with them. Yo, let me say something to you. She's like, what? You think it's fair that we doing what we doing and your parents don't even know about me? And she's like, I don't know, what do you mean? No, I'm saying I want to meet your parents. And she's like, okay, cool. All right, no problem. I meet the parents. That's like when you're young and they accept you as being cool. That's like you just slapped a ring on her finger. Ass on demand. You feel me? You feel what I'm saying? Top on demand. You in the car, yo.
You
know what it is.
you a wild boy, AC, man. But you were a wild boy, shall I say?
Oh yes, I was. My God, like some parents could see it in me, and they just automatically tell their daughter, "I don't want you hanging around that boy. He ain't got no good intentions for you." And
yeah, I'd have been one of them fathers. Like, yeah, we gotta keep my eye. Y'all going in the living room, right there in the living room, right in front of the big screen. AC, you sit over here, you sit over there.
And I bet not see you. I bet not see you move from that chair. And when the sun goes down and the street lamps come on, your ass is going home. You feel what I'm saying? So this is like the reason why I say the conversation is different, because I know the type of young dude I was, and I'm good with admitting that I objectified females like that as a young dude. You feel what I'm saying? I'm comfortable in saying that. So at the end of the day, that's part of how, when I made the transition to appreciating the type of women that I thought in my mind I would want to settle down with, and then actually settle down with one that fit that description, I felt like the luckiest man in the world. You feel what I'm saying? Because I never thought it was going to be possible for me, because how much of a dog and an objectifier of women that I was, because I had that leverage as a young man. I could dance, I could dress my ass off, I was the class clown, I was the best dressed in my school. You feel what I'm saying? I had the loudest car system. I didn't want to buy the biggest name car. I just bought a car that I thought was not too expensive looking, but not cheap looking, but something that fit right in the middle, that had a certain amount of pull. And then throw the system in it, the way I'm dressed and everything, it was the complete package. And that's who I was. Because that was that Brooklyn mentality, that young Brooklyn mentality. And I brought that to Long Island, where these girls were like, oh, you from Brooklyn? What is Brooklyn? And it's just like, okay, I'm a dude with one eye right now in the land of the blind. Am I not fucking king out here? So if y'all ever saw History of the World with Mel Gibson always said, it's good to be the king. And that man with one eye in that land of the blind, I kept on telling myself it's good to be the king. So that's the way I dealt with stuff. And now that I have kids, you kind of like trying to be the dude that understands everything, that's seen everything, who did things. You can tell to a certain degree what your kids is into, and you can tell to a certain degree how they moving. And this will spark these conversations, and they'll just open up because you've always made it crazy comfortable for your kids to talk to you. Now, if you don't have any kids, the best thing I could say is you have to draw the line between being your child's friend and being your child's parent. And when your children cross that line, you have to let them know, listen, I talk to you because I want us to have that understanding and things like that. And I don't want you to be afraid to come to me and talk to me about anything. But I am never your fucking friend, and don't ever get that twisted. You know what I'm saying? My job is to protect you and make sure you grow up to be a solid contributor to your community, and or you're being part two to creating your bit of generational wealth based off of the generational wealth that I left you. Now you compounded. You're 2 times better than me because you added on to that your own structure. So that's how I keep it.
Hey, man. I hope I can do that for mama. Shut up.
With that being said, body on to the next one, man. Great fucking show, bro.
I appreciate it, man.
It was dope.
Thank you, man. Yeah, we got a little real life at the end, man. So to all my boxing heads, hey, sometimes we get off into that, man. For the last hour, we've been on that real talk, but I think it was definitely conducive to a conversation that people need to hear, man. A lot of transparency, a lot of gems. I was taking notes. Agenda ship might be the word of 2026. But I in closing, man, I want to say this, man. We can't be shitting on Andy Cruz, man, after this loss, man. There was a valiant effort. It's nothing for him to hang his head at. He was graceful as a champion. He said that defeat won't define me. Bars, you know what I'm saying? Raymond Muratalla, he wasn't overzealous and acting like Keyshawn. Think about this. Keyshawn celebrated harder than Muratalla. Keyshawn Davis celebrated
Definitely
harder, more vibrant, more outrageous, more lame, you know what I'm saying, more braggadocious than the motherfucking man who defended his strap. He didn't lose his strap.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He didn't lose his strap. And Andy Cruz, you know what I'm saying? He did what he needed to do. It was a close fight. It was nothing that, like, people trying to get him to change coaches, people trying to get him to, like, throw him in the trash. None of that
change culture.
And this is why we gotta be careful. This is what I always say. When we see things like this in close fights like that, we gotta be careful how we carry the conversation afterwards. Why? Because Andy Cruz could have played the Keyshawn game and said, no, why I want to fight him and why I want to do this, and then, you know, went on the Eddie Hearn plan and got match made and been on a Top Ring Dot or a European bum bashing tour. He didn't do that. He fought a guy where y'all was on the same label, and I guarantee y'all Muratalla was on deck for Shakur and for Keyshawn based on the contracts and how Top Rank worked. He was the young up-and-coming guy, got more fights than Keyshawn, more real experience than Keyshawn. For the Tevin Farmer, Keyshawn didn't. So Keyshawn running around acting like it's more people that he wouldn't fight than he would, and he want to take a hop, skip, and a jump, play hopscotch over 40. Put some respect on Andy, put some respect on Bozy. They did a good job. They fought, you know what I'm saying? Andy fought his heart out. It wasn't a loss, it was a lesson. So let's just walk away with that. And I see a video from YSM, basically where Eddie is stating that Cruz might go to 130. So sometimes, you know what I'm saying, we just need to walk off with a mic drop. I think we done said more than enough, man. Respect to everybody who came and chimed in. Like, comment, support on the channel. We are monetized. Super chat. If you can't super chat, then you can cash app. If you can't cash app, hype the video. Leave a comment. Talk to us. We talk back. Anyways, thanks for choosing Bodywork Boxing. But we don't take things for face value. We do that body work.
He didn't want to box. He wanted to actually prove that he could punch with you. He was like, what the fuck is this nigga, right? Oh, okay, you want to go to sleep. You tired.
Welcome to